some seek, specifically in religious practice, is it to prove the strength of your faith, to show you value more than your mortal shell. But what if it is to show your weakness in subservience, praying to an all-powerful deity who gives you nothing and asks for everything?
How about now? There we go. I don't know why, it was set to default, but it didn't record any of the audio. So I just went to the properties and I overwrit them. Okay, thank you very much, I appreciate that. I would have gone the whole stream without knowing that my voice wasn't being recorded. How about now? Is it fixed now? It should be. Ah, very good. Thank you very much, my friend. Appreciate it. Okay, so this siege is broken. Awesome. But now I gotta go Samara Castle. Let's see if I can break that siege. So Jamia's not. Sometimes open. It sometimes happens. Yeah, it does. Thank you very much for the follow, my friend. I really appreciate it. So that's a lot of troops, but I think I can win. I just need some. I'm really low on money as well. See, everyone declared war at the same time. So the Nords, okay, and then the for the first, and then the Saranids second, and then the Sweden were third, but they've declared peace. And excuse me. Yeah, nearly. I was at war with everyone except the Rodoks and the Vegas. The Vegas don't exist anymore. But the Rodoks are scared of me. They always ask for peace with me. But now the Sweden just asked for peace. Ooh, that's really good. And now I gotta deal with these two guys, which are a bit hard to deal with. But so I've got no money. I've got 15,000, which is nearly nothing. It's really hard to defend anything. So I'm gonna hide for a little bit, see if I can make peace with everyone, and then if I make peace with everyone, I can make some more money again, because I make money because of making prisoners. I make prisoners and then I sell them. There we go. We should be win. We should win this. I hope. I've got enough arrows. That's a really good position to be in, actually. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you. So while we're sieging, welcome to the stream, by the way. Really appreciate you being here. God damn it. How's your day been, my friend? What have you been up to? Sunday, you busy, or you just chilling out for the day and waiting for the weekend? Can you understand me fine, by the way? When I'm speaking, do you understand what I'm saying? Because I know some people have problems with accents. Yeah, go on. I'll answer if I know the answer to it. So it's looking well, actually. Let me see. Okay, no, only 7 people dead, and we have killed 70. Very good. So we're doing a 1-to-10 ratio. I understand, but I'm Portuguese, and I'm very good in English. Ah, não há problema, meu irmão. Também sou português. Posso falar português enquanto só estamos nós dois. But when there's more people around, then I'll have to speak in English, if you don't mind. Because this is mainly an English channel, or English speaking channel. second. That guy down there is doing my head in. Where are you from? What part of Portugal are you from? I'm from Porto originally. I come from Porto, but I moved to England when I was 18. Normalmente quando entras na cidade, perguntas dependendo do modo, que modo é que estás a jogar? Depende muito do modo que estiveres a jogar. Lisbon. Ah, okay. It depends on the mod that you're playing. So if you're playing a diplomacy mod, you can check how much profit it gives you at the end of the week. It tells you how much money it makes. So that's how I check. But even that is not 100% accurate. You can't always know how much money you're gonna make from it. So I simply, if a business gives me, okay. So if you're playing vanilla, then if you're playing native, then you go for the one that costs 10,000, the Velvet and Dyes. Velvet and Dyes always gives you the most money. I'm playing diplomacy, and it doesn't work like that in diplomacy, because it depends a lot on what the merchants bring in and all that. So, but if you're playing vanilla, go for Silks and Dyes. It costs 10,000, but you can make that money pretty quickly. Once you get one business going, then you get like 400 a month, I think it is. It gives you 400 a month, and then it just builds and builds more and more and more. So you'll never struggle for money. And then after you have, and make sure you don't get all your businesses on the same kingdom unless you're part of that kingdom. So if you're part of the Swadians, get all your enterprises in Swadia first. Only Swadia. And then if you're like me and you're playing with your own kingdom, then spread the enterprises for everyone. Because if a kingdom declares wars and all your enterprises are there, you're gonna lose all your money. You get no money at the end of the month. In vanilla, it depends. So how do you want it to work? What's where you having problems with, or do you not know where to start? So what I did in diplomacy, this what I'm playing now, it works for vanilla. Diplomacy just makes it a tiny bit easier to play the game when it comes to making kingdoms and all. That's why I've got it installed. So if you want to make a kingdom, there's many ways to do it. You can help the lord, you know, that those guys in the castle that say they want to make a new kingdom. You can join them, and then after they make the kingdom and people get recruited, you can tell them to stop their quest, and you can take over. So you become the new king, and you got a big army behind you. What I did here was I helped the nods for a long time, and I had Riversheg, I have Kura, and I had Praven, and I had 3 more castles because they just kept giving me more castles. I didn't want them, but they kept giving me, and I had like 4 castles then. And after the 5th castle, I asked for it again, saying, can I have it? They said no, and then I said, okay, that's good, because I wanted to leave anyways. So I left. and then I made loads of companions. I made companions into lords. And there's a list of good companions that you want to be lords. Not all companions are good to be lords, but most of them are. Most of the companions are really good lords. Like Firentes and many others. Actually, I can show you. Oh no, I can't. Can I? Can I check the quests? Yes, I can. So if you go to factions, mine is the Pointy Stake Empire. And Rolf, Baesto, Firentes, Mathild, Alayen, Montawar, and Alayen, these are all companions that are made into lords. So that's how you get your first armies, and then you split your armies. You don't keep all the cities that you've got, or you don't keep all the castles that you have. You don't want to keep them. You want to give them away. You only want 1 or 2 cities for yourself, because they cost a lot of money to maintain. It takes a lot of money. Also, a quick question. You know, on your icon, on your image, is that the leper from Darkest Dungeon? It looks like the leper from Darkest Dungeon. Oh, Clive. I want that Clive, yep. O ícone da tua imagem que tens aí no Twitch é o leper do Darkest Dungeon. Sabes o jogo Darkest Dungeon? Onde é que arranjaste a imagem, basicamente? Ó, o teu ícone. My spear's not long enough. The glaive's not long enough to reach them. And I'm taking hits. Yeah, I'm out. It depends. If you want to win on the battlefields, if you want to win on an open battle, then Swadia is stronger. If you want to win castle sieges, then it's a mix between Nords, because they got really good infantry, the Hurskal, and these bad boys, the Rodok sharpshooters. They are incredible. If you keep an eye on the kill feed there, if you keep an eye on these names, you'll see a lot of the kills are being done by them. They're really strong units. And yeah, those are the main two. Generally the Vegas and the others are not very strong. Kurgits, which of these guys are sieging, they're not very good either. The Saranids are useless as well. So yeah, those are the main powers. That you wanna stick with. Are we winning this? How many? So 90 and 28, that's 112, and we kill 600. That's very good. But only 31 of the 90 died, the rest is wounded. Awesome. doing 50% infantry, Northern Skull, 30% cavalry, knights, and 20% archers, not veteran archers. Don't use not veteran archers. Use if you want to use archers because they are better, use Vegas. Vegas are really strong for the archers. So I'm going after that guy. That's why I'm going around there, because that guy only has seven troops, and all of them are wounded as well. No, if you go 100%, wait, what? Okay, if you go 100% knights, Swedian knights, you'll beat anyone. Yeah, I took the days off work, you know, the 31st of March, and I took a week off work so I don't have to go in because of Bannerlord. So I'm going to be playing Bannerlord for a full week, hopefully. Now I'm going to be streaming most of Bannerlord. God damn it. So where are these guys going? They're coming for me. I know that. Not interested. Nothing to eat. Uh-oh. See if these guys will sell. Yeah, that'll do. So I need money now. I need a lot of money because I'm really low. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do my favorite thing in this game, which is let's go to Praven first. Ah, okay. So that's why you use them. Yeah, that makes sense. They are quite decent troops overall. Let me just deposit everyone. So I got 10,000 money, 10,000 dinars, so 11,000. I'm going to get my slave chiefs, slave crushers, and slave hunters. And this is going to be my army for now. And I'm going to switch for Iron Mace. And that, actually I'll take that. And now I've only got slave hunters. That's my whole army. And nothing to eat again. I forgot to buy food. I need to buy food. Yeah, sure. No, that's really expensive, man. So I'm gonna take these 40 prisoners first of all. Forest bandits are very weak. Always press follow me so they spread. You can see them spreading. And then charge. Now because of their slave chiefs, when you tell them to follow, they spread, as in they spread. Instead of going like a line like that, they spread out, and then you can get a lot more knights around one guy because they'll just go around him instead of stopping when fighting. So yeah, this is why I take these guys. 1 second. Gonna allow it, because he was complaining. As melhores tropas para colocar gente inconsciente. estes Slaver Chief. São fortes e são rápidos e andam bom, andam bem. Né? Como são cavalaria, são rápidos também no mapa. Let's hope there's a Slaver Chief here. Nope. Why though? Why? I just need food and I need to sell. Então, os Slaver Chiefs, que é o que eu ando agora, são as melhores tropas para fazer prisioneiros. E eu acabei de receber quanto? 2500 por aqueles bandidos. Ser Slaver Chiefs e Slaver Hunters é a melhor coisinha. Jamied. Ali. Não se recruta. E basicamente eles andam no mapa e às vezes são capturados por bandidos e tens de os libertar e recrutas para a parte. Um bocadinho de sorte. Nada. Estás a ver, sempre carregas no F1, F2, que faz Everyone Follow Me. A ver, eles separam-se no mapa. Em vez de estar a bater contra eles de frente, estás a rodeá-los. Que é muito mais forte do que estar a bater de frente. Tenho, mas só que é tudo cobardes. Eu sou o único que consegue arrumar com eles. Por isso ninguém ajuda, sou eu que ando a defender tudo. Prontos, tá. Não morre ninguém, nem ficou aleijado. E agora 40 prisioneiros fáceis. 62 até. Eu levo estes. Os mais caros basicamente. Pronto, já está. Está cheio. Vou recrutar estes só para me ajudar ali na siege. Que eu acho que vou ter de defender aquela siege. Não queria defender com estes, porque estes não são feitos para defender siege, mas às vezes não há escolha. Era bom se viesse alguém atrás de mim também, mas está um dos nossos lords, mas ele está cheio de medo. Queria meter muitas gajos no chão, sabes? Ah, interessante. Bom equipamento também. Se eu fizer assim. Ok. Não aceito. Ora bem, quantos lords é que eu tenho? Pois estou a faltar muita gente aqui. Eu fui capturado há pouco tempo. Perdi ali um castelo. Acho que foi o Knudar Castle. Perdi aquilo. E perdi muita gente. quero se ela vai ter de aguentar. Que eu tenho de ir a Praven buscar as minhas tropas boas. Nope, já não tenho tempo. Ter só os arcos e vamos defender aquilo. Devo chegar lá a tempo. Muita gente já está no chão. Nem sei se vale a pena. Vale sempre a pena. You have two viewers speaking English so you can understand. Ah, okay, thank you. So we should be able to win this. I mean, there's no reason why we shouldn't, except for those guys being there. Siege towers are a bit harder to defend. But even then, it shouldn't be a big problem. I'm gonna save my arrows, just so when the siege tower does arrive. Bit higher. Nope. How much time you doing leagues? What do you mean? Live streams? How long have I've been doing them? For about, I think, a month, regularly. Yeah, I think regularly a month. I usually stream throughout the week, so Monday to Friday at after 10 p.m. So it's like late at night before I go to sleep. And it doesn't give me a lot of views. A lot of people are sleeping at that time as well, but I'm not too bothered about it. It's not the end of the world. So where are these guys going? I don't get it. Let me go and call them. How much time you play Warband? Many years, many years. I used to play the original Mountain Blade as well. So the Mountain Blade, the original game, not the Warband, but the original game. I used to play that as well when I was about 15, and it was still in alpha. So yeah, I've been playing this game for a long time. I'm gonna take these guys around though. So hopefully these guys are good at defending against sieges, otherwise I'm gonna be in trouble. Oh, they can't climb there. Okay. Change of plans then. No, they can, if they try. Why are they stuck? Yo, seriously, come on. There we go. So I gotta kill about, what, 600 I think? With 130 troops also. No, I had 150 and there was still 90, so that's 250 troops. I gotta kill every three of mine that, every one of mine that dies, I need to kill at least 3 of them. And I think we can do that. I don't think there should be any problems with that. So he doesn't know how to translate to English, but how do you create a kingdom and how do you make vassals? So I was struggling with this as well, because what you have to do is, one second, let me just fix the chat because there we go. Okay, so like I was saying, what you have to do, so when you first create the kingdom, you need to have cities already, or at least a city, because that will give you money. If you just have castles, then your money is gonna hurt you a lot, because everyone's gonna declare war on you, and you're gonna be losing a lot of money as well. And then to create vassals, you need to have lords with you already. So any companions that are from noble birth, the wiki will tell you which ones are good, and you make those into vassals. You make those into lords. Second, let me just, I need to concentrate because it's like tower defense. Literally, I need to stop him from reaching the tower. Because if the tower reaches, then we're definitely gonna lose. So if you make a vassal into a, if you make a companion into a lord, it will give you some troops to help you protect against invasions, but you're still going to have to defend everything by yourself, like I'm still doing now. This is me just defending the castle because no other lord is going to help me. So, to do that, you want to have a really good trainer on your party. To conquer cities, so he's basically asking we need to have cities in all our castles at the start, and we must conquer cities. Which ones do I advise? Capture cities on the edge of the map. So you don't want to capture Dirham, for example, because Dirham's in the middle of the map and you will get attacked by everyone. So it doesn't matter which city you conquer, there's none that is better, but at the start you want to have cities that are on the edge of the map, not in the middle, because then it's harder for them to reach you compared to cities in the middle. So if you have a really good trainer on your party, then that's really good for one reason, is that you can get really high troops, really strong troops as soon as you recruit them. I've got 2 really good trainers, 2 at level 10, and because of that I can raise Swadian knights without worrying about having to level them up. They just level up at night. And I'm getting, like, sometimes depending on how many troops I'm carrying, I'm training 20,000 experience a night because of that. I have 40 Nord Huskarl, 30 veteran Nords, 20 Swadian Knights, and 30 Nord veteran archers. Yeah, that's decent army composition. But if you want to just, I bet you still lose troops, so I just go full Swadian Knights, 100% Swadian Knights. Try that, you'll be surprised. Nothing can beat them. Even Rodoks that have the spears, even they are really weak against the Swadians. I usually win battles that they've got 300 and I've got 100, and I still win without losing any troops. As in, I might get 5 or 6 wounded knights, but that's it. Only wounded, never dead. And you've seen the difficulty I'm playing as well. I'm not playing on easy or anything. This is 163. Basicamente, se quiseres ganhar batalhas muito facilmente, mesmo quando estás com desvantagem, vai Swadian Knights. Os cavaleiros. You don't need anything else. That's all you need. Only Swadian Knights, 100%. They're just broken in the game, especially in native. So how many have I killed? 100 and I've lost 5. That's really good. I have a lot of sweaty nights, but in Siege is not very good. I think I'm right. Yeah, in Sieges they're not very good, but you don't siege alone. Never siege alone. Always siege with someone else, because your Swedian knights, once they enter the walls, once they jump in the walls, that's it. They've won the siege. As soon as you enter the walls with them, they win. So what you can do, what I do, is you see that I have a lot of arrows. I always carry a lot of arrows because I'm killing the archers on the walls that are killing my Swedian knights. So most of the times, if the castle's already a bit weak and it's got 80 people or 100 people in there, I just go with my Swedian knights and they usually win. I never have any problems with winning. Because I kill the archers, and you can't kill Swedian knights. They're just too hard to kill. So they just jump in the tower, they jump on the walls, and they kill everything. I siege alone. Don't siege alone then. Build a relation with lords, and then ask them if they can follow you, and they will follow you. And that's how I conquered a lot of my castles at the start. I asked lords if they could follow me. And then I besiege a castle and they help me. Come on. Go. So you ask lords that are your friends, especially if you got 100 relationship with them. You can ask them to follow you. Always do that. Best way. And if they start going away, just ask them to follow you again. Sometimes they'll say they're too busy to do it, but usually they'll just say okay. But then if it goes wrong, it's up to you. Don't worry about that. You just get them to follow you, 2 or 3 of them, and then you'll have a 300 party that is 300 man strong. And with 300 men, you can take any castle that you want. Right, I'm gonna go around because there's a little indentation on the wall there. So I'm gonna go around and shoot them in the back instead of fighting them in the front. Because I keep hitting their shields and it's not doing any damage. So I'm gonna ask the guys around here as well. Follow me. And stand here. Now I can shoot them in the back, but I don't have to worry about hitting the shields. What do I recommend to making money? Raid caravans. If you have a very strong party with 100 people, you can rob caravans. I don't say kill them. You don't want to kill the caravans, but you want to... If they're enemies, that is, if you're at war, you go to them and you select the second option and he'll say something, oh, I demand something from you. And then on the first option it says there's a fee to pass here, and they'll just pay you the fee. They'll pay you the money to let them go, to not fight. And you'll get anything between, when you're really weak, you'll get about 100 dinars or 400 dinars. And when you're really strong like me, I get about 2,000 every time I do that. And it doesn't hurt relationships or anything. It's just free money. We seem to be doing pretty well, man. So I'm gonna give a quick explanation in Portuguese, so Dan Tunes understands. And basically, basicamente, caravanas dos inimigos. Se tiveres muitas tropas, vais para a beira deles, clicas neles e vai-te aparecer o diálogo. Clicas na segunda opção, que pedes alguma coisa deles, e carregas na primeira, que diz há uma tens de pagar para passares. E eles dão-te sempre dinheiro, nunca recusam. E se tiveres entre 50 a 60 tropas, recebes 400 de dinheiro. Se tiveres 180 como eu, recebes 2.000, quase 2.000 cada vez que fazes. E podes fazer isso uma caravana cada 3 dias. A segunda opção é fazer prisioneiros. Anda sempre com uma arma blunt. E anda com os Sea Raiders, com os Slave Traders. Eles normalmente também dão muito dinheiro. Capturar Lords também dá muito dinheiro. Then you can raid caravans. Raiding caravans is the easiest way to make money. Or make prisoners. Make prisoners for the lords. That also gives you nice money. Don't do quests. Quests are stupid. Don't help lords capture castles. It's also stupid. Just make prisoners, loads of prisoners, using these guys. What are they doing up there? Using those guys there. The slaver chiefs. Easy money all the time. Yeah, it's win. Yeah, it's an easy win. We've killed 400 already. Sorry, 650 already. They've only got 50 left, so I think it's pretty much over now. And I've only lost 23 troops. So what I'm gonna do now? What I'm going to do now is, after the siege is over, I'm going to attack the enemies that are outside and try and make prisoners again. When Bannerlord release, I will buy at the same time. You'll buy it straight away as soon as it releases. Yeah, I'm buying it as well. It's 40 euros, I believe, for Bannerlord. Which is a bit expensive, but it depends if you want to spend the money on it. I'm definitely buying it, because I've been waiting for many years to buy the game. So there's just a few guys left, so I'm gonna tell everyone to hold there. Excuse me. Yeah, move. I'm gonna take the heavy board shield. You love medieval games, yeah, so do I. Banlord's have you heard of while you're waiting for Banlord, have you ever heard of Conqueror's Blade? It's a game on Steam called Conqueror's Blade. I am 26 at the moment. I'm gonna be 27 by the end of the year. So yeah, if you have Steam, it's a free game, Conqueror's Blade, and it's a really fun game that you can play. Never listen. What do you mean? So let's make some money right now. I'll take the Iron Mace. I think it's a bit better than the other one. They have 63 troops, so so yeah, Conqueror's Blade is a very, very good game. If you want to play something while waiting for Bannerlord to come out. There we go. Everyone can be a slave now. You so have cavalry. Yeah, I only have cavalry. That's the only thing I play with. And I made another prisoner. Awesome. And now I get loads of troops for free as well. Awesome. Sure. So I'm gonna get rid of all these troops because they're pretty bad. And I'm going to take Mamelukes and sergeants, all the expensive stuff. Master archers, I guess. There we go. Everyone's full. Now I'm going to take a lot of these troops as well because I'm going to put them in the castle that just got attacked. Conqueror's Blade. Yeah. It's on Steam. It's on Steam, if you look there. Take the footmen, take the militia, I guess. Nothing good. Give troops to the garrison. I'm gonna drop off these because I don't need them. I'm gonna keep these for myself because now I'm gonna make more prisoners. Let me go to Halmar, see if I can sell there. So these deserters, I'm gonna see if I can find them as well. No, I can't sell here. Nope. See if I can sell here. Yep. Now I'm going to get 6,400 for all the prisoners that I took earlier. Then I still have 2 lords with me, which I'm gonna put here. I'm gonna put here. And I'm gonna take all of these prisoners as well and sell. I'm gonna sell all of these for a lot of money as well. And this is how I make money when I'm very, very poor, which I am. I'm struggling for money now. Ransom broker, yep. Yeah, I just made a note, 2,500. So now we go here, look for Sea Raiders as well. Separate them so you don't waste any money. Okay, 26. Hello Voyager, welcome to the stream my friend. How you been doing today? Ouch. Was that a javelin? No, it was an arrow. Okay. Tired. Did you just wake up or? Can't sleep. Oh, that's not good. Chamomile tea. Chamomile tea always knocks me out. Either that or have a little bit of rum. Which kingdom is better to attack at the start, and which city? If you want a city for yourself, pick a city that is on the edge of the map. So like Riversheg's a good city to attack, Barrier's a good city to attack and keep, Shara's good, Jalkala, Yellen, Praven is okay, Tyr is good as well. So anything on the edge. You don't want Dirham. Dirham's like the worst city you can get at the start, because Dirham's just bordering the nodes. The nodes are right there. The bordering the Kurgits. It will be bordering the Rhodoks, the Swadia, and the Saronids, kind of. So yeah, you don't want to go for those. You don't want to go for Dirham. Now just sell some Sea Raiders. Make some money again. I keep forgetting to switch. Sea Raiders are very weak against cavalry. They're very weak because their helmets is usually... Okay, how do you recruit slave chief or another type of slave? Slave hunter, I'm assuming you mean. You don't recruit them like that. There's no city. You have to find them. So I'll show you what I mean. Just roll the seg. There is no place like a city that you can recruit them. It doesn't work. There just isn't one. So I'll show you how I get them. How you should get them as well. Okay, that's good enough. Okay, so you know Sea Raiders? Sometimes they have prisoners, and that's how you recruit the manhunters. They will make because there's manhunting groups on the map, and the Sea Raiders fight against the manhunters. Yeah, they fight each other, and sometimes the Sea Raiders win. So after the Sea Raiders win, sometimes they take them prisoners. They become prisoners, and that's how you release them from being prisoners. That's how you get manhunters. And because imagine now what I'm doing here, yeah, I'm taking prisoners. I'm fighting bandits for prisoners, and if they have more manhunters, I take them as well. So I'm always building my army of prisoners. You need to see if you have manhunters. Yeah, that's it, yeah. You check if they have manhunters as prisoners. And then if they do, you release the prisoners and you keep them. And usually there's nothing good with these guys. So I could potentially attack that guy. No prisoners, no prisoners, no prisoners. So I don't need more, to be honest. I've already got enough to take out any bandits. But this is how you build money really quickly. Because look, another 4,000. I can carry 35 prisoners at a time. So I get 4,000. Like those 35 Sea Raiders. Why recruit filthy manhunters? Because you need them to make a bit of money really quick. So in about what? 15 minutes I've made 14,000 just doing this. Yeah, because they don't make prisoners. Why recruit filthy manhunters when you can recruit Swadian gods? Because they don't make a lot of prisoners. And I want to make prisoners so I can sell them. And then when I'm done with the money, when I've got enough money, then I put these back in the castle so that I'm not using them, and I take back the Swadians. I just use this for a little bit of money because at the moment I'm really poor, and I don't even have all my companions with me as well. So I'm gonna check. The Wandering Minstrel. The guy's gone. So I'm gonna have to look for him in another place. Let's go Kura. Also, don't keep villages. Villages are really bad for economy. So, Katrin. Durchin Castle, he said. Niza is Dirham, okay. Leslie is Tyr. So I can't go to Tyr because it's controlled by the nods, which is a shame. But I can go to Dirham to get the other. No, I don't. It's just that my skills are really bad because I took damage to my intelligence. And the other ones, they're just... Oh no, he has leveled up. Thank you. But he's already 10 on everything. I'll give him 1 persuasion. You can sneak into the town. Yeah, and I could probably take him out actually. You're right. Your companions, like, specify, yeah. So this guy's my medic. Like a sneaky dragon. So this guy's my medic. He'll take care of all the wounds and all that. Actually, where was Katrin? Was there Shio's castle? Was she there? Yeah. You have -2 up points. I lost a battle and I lost 2 intelligence. That's how I lost my points. I can't even sell all of this. So let me go Dirham really quick. So I think one of my friends was here. Yeah, Katrin's there. So I need to go and get Katrin really quick. Nizar is here. Welcome back. He's a very good horseman. What was it? Samara Castle? Yeah, Samara Castle. Let's go to Previn. Drop off my knights. Tavern. See if I can sell. Nope. So I will manage the garrison. Upgrade, upgrade, and drop everything off. And now, get my... anything that is Swedian, I take. So, Swedian infantry, take... no, you can stay. Swedian knights. I thought I had more than this. I'll take the man-at-arms. I'll take the Vega Knights, and I'll take the Swedian Knights. Mercenary Cavalry, yeah, sure. Anything that is on a horse now, I take as well. So, Kurgit Horsemen. Mamluk, take. It's still not a full party, but I'll recruit on the way back. So, let me go to Suno first. See if I can sell the prisoners. Yeah, there we go. Another 34,000. 3,400. Look, this guy's got manhunters as prisoners. So if I attack them and I win, then I keep the manhunters. So I lost Samara Castle because I was too slow. And I didn't have troops to defend it, so that's fine. So I'm going to rescue Catherine now. I need a good weapon to fight against these guys as well. Where's the last one? Yeah. I've got better range on my weapon. It's because it's longer, so I need to stay away from him. There we go. Now I'm gonna rescue the prison. Why don't you do peace with Kurgits and Saranids and focus on us? Because they don't accept the peace offerings. I ask them if they want peace and they always say no. So I wait for them to ask for peace. It's easier. So I kill him now. Ouch. And now I get in the dungeon. I rescue her. Take Catherine. Follow me, but stay out of the fights. So that's what I need to do. Now she'll come out. And she'll fight with me. I think. Yeah, she will fight with me. Because they're very bad, I could just kill them from here as well. There's a guy right here. Yeah. There we go. Win. Why you don't accept? I don't know. They just think that they're still winning. They think they're winning, so they don't accept the peace offering. And because my castle is Praven, which is on the other side of the map usually when I'm fighting. It's too far away from me to walk backwards and forwards all the time. So I'm not going to waste my time that I should be spending defending, walking left and right. So I just wait. I just make their life hell. I just attack every caravan I see. I attack. I steal from them, and every village, any lord that I see as well, I kill it. And then eventually they ask for peace. That's usually how it goes. There we go. Oh, I can't take her. Whoops. I'm gonna disband one. I released her, but I can't take her into the party. Oops. Big army. Very big army. Yeah, I'm gonna recapture my castle though. That's why I came this way. Yeah, easy, easy. Take my arrows again. And attack. So I'll just focus on killing the archers. What's the best place for buy armor? Anyway, it doesn't matter. The armor doesn't matter what armor they have. If you want really good armor, kill lords. Attack a lot of lords. I never bought armor for anyone. I just check after the battles. I check. I have really good looting. Same thing. You don't look for it. You don't buy it. It's just a lot of waste of money. Instead, you just kill a lot of lords, and they'll give you good weapons. And you don't spend any money. See, because they're inside, now they're just killing everything. They're just really powerful, Swedish knights. Manid's killing people as well in there. So they're really powerful troops. Wait, why are you even here today? Shouldn't you flip some tables because you're bad at board games? Welcome to the chat, Hardy. How you doing, my friend? No, my girlfriend's working today, so I decided I need to do some streaming on the weekend. If she's working, I'll be here. She doesn't have a regular shifts, so she works weird days and like 12-hour days. So I'm pretty free to do whatever I want. Bye. Did you see that guy flying? So I should be able to win this without a lot of problems. A lot of the people that are falling are wounded as well. They're not even dead, so I've not lost a lot. I've lost 4 people so far, 4 deaths. So I'm not complaining at all. Spoke a bit too early. But we should still win. I mean, there's no chance that we lose this one. It's just impossible. Industrial game dev is a sick meme that can almost never produce a good game. The best of games are made as passionate projects, like Mountain Blade. Hello, welcome to the chat, Infernal. How are you doing, my friend? Yeah, you're absolutely right. The thing is, when you make a love child, yeah, like a game, the product is usually a lot better because you're not restrained by deadlines, you're not restrained by budgets. You do it as your passion. Just like a lot of music produced, the best music produced is product of a love child, where you really like what you do, so you produce music that represents that. Leave and take the forest bandits. Because nowadays most of the industry is owned by big corporations. That's usually how it goes. They impose deadlines on. Should I take that? They impose deadlines on developers, and the companies pretty much own. Gonna give him another castle. Sorry, I keep stopping myself. The publishers own the developers, so they come up with the rules. They say how much time they have, how long it needs to take, etc, etc, and that's usually not good. I shall attack this guy as well. He's got a lot of troops, and at the moment I'm in need of recruits just to shove in this castle so he doesn't get attacked again straight away. Okay, now you can go. If you look at one of the greatest, what I consider to be one of the greatest games of all times, Faster Than Light, you'll see that it was produced by 2 people, and they didn't have a deadline. I mean, they imposed themselves a deadline, but it wasn't imposed by a publisher, because they published it themselves. They kickstarted the game through Kickstarter, and the product was what I consider to be one of the greatest games of all times, which was Faster Than Light. They also came out with another game called Into the Breach. I played it, I enjoyed it, but it wasn't as good. It wasn't as revolutionary as Faster Than Light. Oh, I just saw something. Besieged. Oh, so they're attacking New Dark Castle, that's good. Let me just deposit these bad boys in there. Give it a bit of support. I've heard that Mountain Blade Siege Auto Combat is based purely on number of troops, not on their quality. No, it's not. They'll besiege. For example, when I come into the castle, I usually have a lot of heavy troops, like a lot of knights and a lot of really high quality troops, and they usually, if I enter the castle and they're besieging it, they normally run away. I could run the risk of taking these guys on, and I think I'd win it, but I'm not 100% convinced. Especially with this guy here. He's got 7 Mamluks, which is not, but he's got a lot of veteran footmen. I'm gonna take it, fuck it. I'm tired of these fuckers roaming around the map. So I've placed my knights on the top. If he comes to the battle, then the numbers matter more than the quality. Does it? You mean in the sieges? So what are we talking about? Are we talking about the assessment of if they should attack the... Oh, okay, yeah. Auto-decide. Never auto-decide. That's like one of the biggest mistakes you could ever make in the game. In general, you can see that I'm 4-1. And I'm still wrecking first right now. I've lost 2 troops overall. So troop quality is definitely better than troop quantity. Yeah, people cram a metric ass load of peasants and recruits instead of spending big bucks on the big boys. And you're saying that the AI doesn't take into consideration the quality of the troops when they're besieging? Because I might do that then. Cram in like 1,000 recruits, they'll still be cheaper than paying for the heavy troops. However, having said that, if they get captured and then they need a quick way of gaining troops, they're going to be in trouble. So I guess it's a trade-off, isn't it? And as you can see, I just killed 350 troops and lost 5. Because Swadians are just a bit too overpowered. Just a little bit. But then again, if they do decide to siege it, because they will at some point decide to siege it, and they'll have like 1,000 strong army, how are you going to defend it with recruits? You're pretty much hoping that they don't decide to attack. Your whole theory is they'll never attack. But if they do decide to attack with 1,000 strong, you're going to struggle to defend that. While me, I could have 200 troops fighting against 1,000 and I'll still be okay. I'll still be able to win that. Based on the troop quality. Unless you do let it auto decide. Unless you let it auto... Yeah, that's true. If you auto decide, then you're going to win that. Yeah, that is pretty true actually. But you lose a lot more troops auto deciding. Unless, of course, yeah, you're right. If you auto decide with 2,000 recruits, then you're pretty much gonna win. Okay, there we go. I've lost 6 troops in total, and I just took down a big army. I mean, they are plebs, so it doesn't matter if they die. Wow. What happened to human rights? What happened to human rights? Who cares about a few hundred lives if there's shekels to be... When there are shekels to be saved. That's true. These are pretty useless. Humans aren't so enforced today, so... Okay, there we go. I just took down a big fucking army. That was annoying the fuck out of me. Yes, and a ransom broker here. Oh look, it's Katrin. Hello Katrin, welcome back. Quick question. There's no ransom prisoners, okay. So that means, if I look around in the taverns for long enough, I think one's in Tyr actually. Tyr. I should be able to find my old pals. Dirham. Oh, these guys are brave, aren't they? Why is Durham so weak? Where's the rest of the troops? Or is that all we had all along? Could be. Right. Am I scaring you? Am I not scary enough for you guys? I don't think they understand the severity of this of their own situation. Yeah, I don't think they understand the severity. So I think I need to demonstrate what happens when they decide to besiege one of my biggest cities. One of my most important cities, not even biggest, just important. Is Durham and Praven, I consider the most important. Obviously I'll defend any city to the death, but... On to the knockout, yeah. See if I can jump on that horse. No, don't run. Hunter, come here. That's it. So I've lost 5 troops so far. Again, these are pretty high quality troops, so it does hurt. It is a big money investment. But at the end of the day, I'm taking out armies. The amount of renown I get for these battles is insane. God damn it. I like the Roman mod. Yeah, it was quite fun. The Peloponnesian War mod was really good as well. Make a few more prisoners here, go and sell them. Oh, we're looking 13 deaths, that's quite a lot compared to my normal ratio. Yeah, that's quite a lot of deaths compared to my normal KDR. But what can you do? So let me juke him out of the way really quick. Now that's the problem. The only way to beat Swadian Knights, the only way to beat 100 Swadian Knights is to have 150 Swadian Knights. That's been a study done by universities, and that's what they found. So yeah, if you see a Swadian Knight, you probably want to be taking it out ASAP. Is that a lord? On foot? Big thing. There we go. No, just a Nuskal, and I cut him as a prisoner. Awesome. Ah, he's getting away. Okay. Awesome. You are my prisoner now. And you are my prisoner now. So, I want to be taking anything that could potentially become a horseman. I'm leaving behind all the rest. Come on. Veterans are okay. Nothing great, but I'll take everything. I can afford it. I've got enough space for it, I mean. None of these are pretty good for what I want. So I'll leave the rest behind. Let's jump back in Dirham. Get some food, because I'm always starving. And hopefully I'll be able to sell these prisoners. Nope. Don't want to meet the guildmaster. Nope, can't sell them. See if I can sell them. Please. Yes. Is there a traveler anywhere? No. I'll live without it, I guess. Right, okay. So we got another. There we go. $84 knights. I'm pretty sure I can take this without any problem. Oh boy. You'd expect that the Lord of the Horsemen, whichever K gets, would be a lot better at being horsemen than Swedish Knights. But the Swedish Knights are just pure tanks, aren't they? Come on. That's it. Too many horses on the battlefield. I can't even see where I'm going. There we go. Bit of open ground. How we're looking? 1 death. That's really good. That's awesome, actually. There we go. Yeah, 1 death. What can I take? The veteran, I guess? Leave the rest behind. And I'm gonna deposit these bad boys. That's a really good spear, actually. Balanced heavy lance? Fucking hell. I'll take that because I'm pretty sure someone in my party needs a good lance. Alright, let me head to Kura. There they are in Samara Castle again. I'm going to deposit these prisoners. These 2. Let's hit the tavern really quick. Nope. So what I want from the Nords is Dershio's castle, or maybe Nudar castle. I think Dershio's would be better. Out of the Kyrgyz I want Tybalt castle, and out of the Saranids I want the Durham castle. So I hope I get to Samara Castle fast enough as well. Vega, yep. How much money do I have? 27k. God damn it. Now the Swedians are back. Crying out loud. Are you serious? Okay, so now they've lost a few more troops. Hmm. 121. Fuck. Yeah, they've reinforced that really well. But I can still take these guys. I just can't take the castle back. Not with our reinforcements anyways. There are just too many fronts for me to defend now. And my vassals are not doing a good job either. Pretty useless at defending castles. Oh, I missed. So the reason I'm attacking the low end troops, crossbowmen are quite annoying when it comes to taking Norsemen out. If they get a really good headshot, that's a knight gone. If we're lucky, he'll get wounded, and if we're a bit unlucky, then he'll die straight away. And nobody likes that, so hence the reason for taking out crossbowmen. How many have died? Just one. Awesome. That is great. That is very great. So what do you guys fancy talking about today? Apart from the game, that is. Because it's going to get a bit boring just travelling the map, taking out big armies. That's Swedish Knight, isn't it? No idea, really. What's the topic for the game dev? Boobies. Not allowed to talk about that. Get demonetized. Oh wait, not making any money. I'll take these guys. They're a bit shit, but I'm thinking of re-downloading with the Roman mod. Go for it. That's the beauty of that's the only reason that Warband's still played nowadays is the mods. Yo, are you serious? The only problem with that mod is that sieges are broken. Oh, that's a shame. Like, there are hills in the middle of the forts. Is it a work in progress? Oh. Dude, I could definitely take barrier. I just need someone to come along. Could risk it going with my knights, but losing them will be a big. It'll hurt. I just attribute it to barbarianism, plebeianism. But some trees spot inside the hills. Oh. Yeah, that doesn't sound too good. Yeah, you can take them. Well, there is only one Roman mod. Yeah, that's true. The Rom series? You mean Rom Total War series, or what do you mean? The show, the TV show, I mean. No, I haven't. Minus 6k. Damn. Fuck, that's so much fucking money. That's just bleeding. I'm just bleeding money at the moment. Right, Driller. I'm gonna make myself the Marshal and we're gonna take on City. Don't wanna take Suna. Okay, so manage the garrison, put this fucker in there. You should probably pick up items and sell them after combat. It's just too much hassle. And it doesn't give you that much money anyways. It depends on how good your trader is. But it's just too much hassle. I want to be able to... I mean, yeah, it's probably a good way of making money, but it's just too much hassle. Especially because I need to carry loads of food all the time as well. So this is how much food I normally carry, because I might go a while without being in the enemy territory. I might be going a while without finding a town that I can enter. So it's a bit of a trade-off. But yeah, I do understand what you're saying. It's definitely worth checking if the couple top two is worth taking. Sorry, I went to Praven to make myself the Marshal, and then I completely forgot about it. I still get 5k per battle with those slots easily. Yeah, I'll try that then. It's something I used to do at the start, but then eventually I got so much money that I didn't need any it. And then I stopped doing it. I shall be the Marshal. So I'll start doing that again. And now, Artimina, just spread the word. Yeah. It's easier. It's funny how 200k can go so quickly. You can just waste 200k. It's unbelievable. This dude serious? Can you not see that he's accompanied by me? Ragnar's in there. That means if I take Ragnar out, I can take Nudat Castle back. Hold on then. Because that's two birds in one stone, isn't it? It's an easy battle because Nods you're generally weak against Swedish knights. Huh. And then I can take Nudat Castle back. And then I'll go and take Barrier back. Not back, but away from the Kurgits. Let me jump over them. Just so I can take down the archers. Which are the main concern. They're also easy kills. Oh yeah, and I leveled up, didn't I? 19 strength, is it worth it? I've lost loads of intelligence so far. I'm gonna go for charisma. A bit more charisma. Breton Wilder, I've played it actually. Yeah, it's decent. Europe, there was a game, a mod called Europe 13,350 odd or whatever it is, the date. And that was quite good as well. It's based on medieval Europe. Don't think it's balanced, but it is quite an interesting game mod. You can also try Britain Wilder, which is okay. You could also try Peloponnesian War, which is one of my favourite mods. Yeah, you're spoiled for choices when it comes to mods like that. Still better than Viking Conquest. So I'm gonna do what you said and put my food there. And 1, 2, 3. So anything below 500 I'm not taking. I'll do that then. Take this castle. Oh, 1 second. Let me just first of all put my siege gear on. Second, upgrade troops. And lastly, see who needs a good spear. Because these got a lance. There you go. Much better. Take this fucker back. Give it to someone. And then go for barrier, which is the other main objective of this well, crusade. Focus down the archers so they don't kill them on the ladders. Oh, he's really far away. They're not hitting. There we go. That's 1. That's 2. Okay. See what else is popping around here. Yeah, I see you. Thank you. Okay, so they've penetrated the walls now. There's only 19 left. It shouldn't take too long to finish this battle. But meanwhile, these guys are still shooting arrows, so they need to be taken care of. There we go. So I've lost 2 troops to take a castle. This is why Swedish Knights are so OP. If you're attacking small castles with a small garrison, you can just don't even need archers. You can play the roles of the archers. And you can have full infantry assault. Well, full cav assault. It turns into infantry for some reason. Because, you know, opening the gate's not a thing. That's the thing that I do hope they implement on Bannerlord. The ability to sneak into the castle and open the gates. It wouldn't be an easy job. You probably have to take a small party of 3, 4, 5 people maybe and infiltrate. And then you might need to fight your way across the terrain. But opening the gates and then the siege begins where you left off, where the gates are open and now your troops spawn into the game. Or something like that. That would be really interesting. I don't know how to pull it off, but it'd definitely be something that I'd consider doing. That's only 500 and something, but I'll take it. Leave the rest, give it to some crazy motherfucker that doesn't have anything. Like Drooler, yeah, sure. Biostone needs a castle. Okay. Oh, let me just deposit these. So the peasant woman, caravan guard, blah blah blah. Drop everyone off. I'll take these. They're quite good. I put them away, not realizing they're actually mine. Oops. Jammy head now. Just everyone's on my fucking case, aren't they? Dude, don't fuck with me. I'm not in the mood. I've got like 3 castles under attack at all times, and these guys are not begging for peace. So now I conquer a castle and then I gotta go back and defend it straight away. So I'm assuming that castle's not gonna last long. I do have Ragnar as a prisoner though. Ouch. Okay, I'm stuck. Thank you. So the mission continues. I'm gonna go and defend Jammied Castle first, because they need help. And then I'll drop by whatever other castle's under siege, because apparently everything's always under siege. Not worth taking. Ah, I forgot. Could have sold my shit down there. 14 recruits, good enough. So let's go Halmar, see if I can sell everything. So 1,000, yeah, not a lot of money. I mean, it's better than nothing. It's 2 grand, but yeah, it's definitely better than nothing. Better than not getting anything for that battle. Prisoners and that should come out with about 5k, like you said. Oh boy. I've got prisoners of theirs, so if they accept the 10,000, nope, I'm not bothered anyways. See, I wish I could take this fight to them, but it's not feasible. It's bad for your health to do that kind of fights. A lot of archers here, that's for sure. Okay, they broke siege, awesome. what I wanted. Let's see if new that castle. Yeah, I expected that. Now I'm hoping there's a lot or two of mine around here. Yes, Swedians. That's one less faction attacking me. I'd really like something out of them though. Haringoth Castle maybe? No, it's not Haringoth. It's the one on the bottom left. I think it's Teverin. Nope. So there's no people to help me here. I'm just going in like a maniac, fuck it. I'll do the archers' jobs and make sure there's no archers aiming at them. Gotta be really careful with the amount of arrows I use though. Resource management. So they've stopped, that's good. That's good. I don't see any archers for them for some reason. Oh, there we go. That's where they are. That's interesting. So I'm assuming that's a safe spot to throw arrows at and there'll always be someone there. Based on the fact that we both had the equal numbers, this should be an easy win. Oh yeah, you remember yesterday when I was showed you when I was eating, I was having my noodles, and I showed you the that gaming channel, the biscuits and tea gaming. Well, this morning when I woke up, I checked my phone and there was a notification that someone had followed me on Twitch, and apparently the channel that I showed you, the biscuits and tea gaming, he followed me on Twitch as well. I didn't expect that, but not really complaining. It's just an interesting fact. Crazy how nature do that. I don't know if you watched the video that I because it gets recorded as a video and then it gets uploaded to YouTube. I don't know if you watched any of it or if you just stumbled across my channel somehow. Do you know what the problem is about recording or streaming up pretty much every day? It's that I run out of content to talk about fairly quickly. Come on, Swedish Knights, you're letting me down, man. Should have won this already. No, squeeze me. Yeah, squeeze me. I just need to go up there. I need to have words with them. How we're looking? I mean, we're on the last leg. We're on the last leg of the siege. It's just nothing's happening. They're not pushing in, and yeah. So I'm assuming no, they're pretty evenly spread out across the castle walls. So I'm gonna have to jump in there, flank them, and hope for the best. Come on, let me drop. I don't get it. This is definitely a winning situation, but somehow they're just not pushing in. They stop on top of the walls. I mean, if they jump, then they probably happen the same what happened as to me. But come on, they're just Kyrgyz. They're not even fucking Nord. If they were Nord Huskal, then I wouldn't have besieged in the first place. But come on. You know what this calls for? I need some chocolate. That's what it means. Rum and raisin chocolate. That's what I need. Have you ever tried rum and raisin chocolate? Reinforcements have arrived, about 10 of them. There's a Swadian knight there, that's why we're losing. It's this guy here. That's why they can't get in. They have a god on their side. Come on, Katrin. Stop being such a weakling. That's it. Push him back. That's it. Oh. Still took 2 down. Come on, push in, you faggots. Honestly. That's it. You're more, you're stronger. And yet you're scared of them. Oh, vaginas. Yeah, that's pretty much won, finally. So we're going to lose New Dark Castle. That's fine with me. I'm not going to cry over it. But Barrier is a city that I'm going to have to camp around. Just make sure it doesn't get taken. There we go. Didn't lose that many. Pretty fucking shit equipment, man. But here's what I'm gonna do. First of all, let me just do this instead of being an idiot. There we go. Now I'm gonna take everything and I'm gonna sell it straight away. Leave the rest. I'd like to replace Skyrim again, but it'd take me at least a week to set up mods again, and I just can't be asked. Don't set up mods then. There you go, Bester. God damn it. It's not the first time this has happened. Where I conquer a city and then I get ambushed. So what mods do you normally have on Skyrim though? Booby mods. Not a lot of money. And if you have booby mods, you need bouncy mods. Some extra potions and effects, general improvements. Fair enough. Before I commit to staying there, I need to sell these first. Oh, there we go. Straight away. Traveller. Leslie, where the fuck is it? Uxcal? Okay. And what about Emira Dirham? So let me go barrier before they besiege that fucking thing and I'll lose it. None of those massive palaces for houses and such. There's a very cozy tree house mod that's tiny but useful. Hunting mod as well. Okay. So you go for the general life improvement mods, which I agree. This is why I've got diplomacy installed. That's why I play diplomacy. It doesn't alter the game in a crazy way, but it just you know, just makes the experience a tiny bit more enjoyable. Nobody's dropping their shields. Smart. Ow! .46 damage or whatever the fuck that was. That really hurt, man. Also a mod where you can die to bandits. Where if you die to bandits, you can instead get captured, can break out and run away. Oh, okay. See, that's quite interesting to have. If you die in scary, you are drunk. It depends on the difficulty though, doesn't it? So again, I'm gonna take everything because I'm really close to barrier and I'm just gonna sell it. I could just do this. Nah, even on Legendary, you only need 100,000 hits to kill it, but if you die, you are still drunk. Not as hard to die if you're playing with lethal combat mods and making potions takes time and such. Still, mages are usually the biggest problem. Yeah, I have to agree. Mages are the biggest problem that I had with when fighting. That and the fucking dragons were easy to avoid, but they were really annoying that they showed up all the time. Yo, traveler, tell me where ransom broker. Uxcal. It sounds like I'm going to Uxcal because everyone's there. It's like a party. I can't enter it. Yeah, damn right I'm accepted. I need to go to Uxcal as well, so let's go. And barrier besieged, as it would be, as expected. I need to make this travel pretty quick. And you coming back with me, and we're running away as fast as possible to barrier. Oh, now everyone's following me. Of course you are. Sounds about right. I can take this. That's easy peasy, man. Oh, 1 second. I don't have my siege gear on. No, I do. I do. So take the city back once again. And then I'm gonna have to camp it out a little bit, aren't I? Just to prevent people from coming along. And that'll be my girlfriend calling me. So let me go on a pause, and I'll be right back. I missed. I'm back. What I missed? I missed a lot. Let me scroll up the chat just really quickly, see what you guys have been up to. If you've been naughty or not. What do you guys think about Cyberpunk 2077? Not looked into it. There's a lot of hype going around it, and I don't follow hype. Verticality more, grappling hook, have buildings be explorable and such. Huge turn off. I don't follow hypes because I've been disappointed over and over again. I do understand that developers are the same developers as Thingamajig, but me no follow hypes. Except for Bannerlord. That's the only hype I've followed. Yeah, so they're the same developers as that published. Well, what's in my face? Fucking Witcher, isn't it? Yeah, surprised I've got 3 viewers. I went AFK, left you guys to it, and nobody's left. That's quite surprising. Because you're probably just lurking, that's why. Come on, my beautiful knights, do your job. Take this castle for me. We can always watch 20 streams at the same time. Yep, you can, and if you got the attention span for it, you should definitely do it. Do you know what pisses me off? Hello, Pig Joseph. How are you doing, my friend? Welcome to the stream, and thank you very much for the follow. Do you know what pisses me off nowadays? The fact that people think that millennials... I'm a millennial, born in '93, and I don't consider myself a millennial because of the way the outlook on life is very different from most people who are millennials. But point is, what pisses me off is how we're always perceived as having, in general, no concept of how to save money and how we waste all our money on useless shit. Well, it is true, but so does every other generation. The difference is we've not got a lot of money to spend because the wages are shit and the economy's shit. So the little money that we normally people would spend 20 years ago on stuff that they want to spend, it costs a lot more money for us to spend it on what we want to spend. And that's no good. No good at all. Is everyone happy? Yeah, everyone's around the same. And this can't take it. Because our previous generations drove the economy to the ground. And now, of course, the people my age cannot afford shit. I can't afford a car, for example. I just simply cannot afford it, so I would drive a motorbike because it's cheap and affordable. And then, but people look at me funny like, oh, why are you driving a motorbike? Fucking it's dangerous and this and that. And I simply tell them, I can't afford a car. If you pay for a car for me to have, I'll have a car then. If you pay for the insurance, which is like £1,000 a year in England for a new first-time driver. I've had a driving license since I was 18, but they don't give a shit if you've been driving for that many years. They look at you, oh, you got no claims bonus? I guess who's getting fucked today. And my insurance is through the roof, so I've had to go on the insurance with my girlfriend just so I can get my no claims discount for the first years. My motorbike insurance is really cheap because I've been driving it for 5 years now. But everything else, a car, I cannot afford a car. It's just way too expensive. And the thing is, you could argue that, okay, it was just as expensive back then for people to rent the cars. Yeah, that's the problem. It was just as expensive. It wasn't cheap. It wasn't more expensive. It was just as expensive. But the thing is, they don't account for inflation. They don't account for inflation. So when 20 years ago, if you buy a car, actually 20 years ago is quite a long time ago. Only people with a bit amount of money had cars. Let's say 10 years ago. 10 years ago, cars were around about the same price. But you don't account for inflation. And wages are not being going up according to inflation and according to the stock, to the market in general. And taking into consideration, like at least for the UK, the inflation is about 2-3% a year that it accounts for. That's why you see 2-3% increase on prices every year. Our wages have not been going up that much. Lately they have, because of the government's been pushing it for better wage. So props to that. But in general, before that, it wasn't. The wages not moved for many years. That's minimum wage, so I'm not even talking about wages that allow you to buy a car. Man, screw buying a car. I can't see a way I'll get an apartment before I'm 30. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. House prices. They're insane. Apparently, I watched a video this morning actually, before I started streaming, about how long it takes a normal American to save up for a house, for a deposit for a house, and it's about 5 years. 5 fucking years that you're saving up to get a deposit. How the fuck are you gonna save for 5 years to get a deposit down? I've been the UK's the government of the UK and the banks is working with the banks, and they're doing this really interesting thing where they do whatever money you've got in a special ISA. It's called a help to buy ISA. Whatever money you got on that money, if you use that money for a deposit on a house, which is the only thing you can buy, you use that deposit for, then the bank itself will give you 25% free. So imagine you got £1,000 in there, they'll give you £250 for free to help you put that deposit down. But it only applies up to 13 grand. So you can't get too much money out of it, but it certainly helps for a deposit. So I've made my maths. If I'm saving for about 2 years, I should be able to get a 10% deposit down on a house. And you can only deposit £200 a month onto that bank account. You can start with 1,000, they'll let you put 1,000 to start it off with, and then you put 200 every month. But on a 10% deposit, I think it's 2 years they'll take me. 2 fucking years just to get a deposit. Now that is not taking into consideration money that I'm saving throughout the year. As in my personal savings account and all that. So in the UK it's not horrible, but it's still not right. I know people who bought their first house are like 4 grand. That's how much they had to pay for the whole house. This was like 30 years ago though, so we do have to keep that in mind. But still, 4 grand. I don't want to take any credit from banks, so it'll take quite a while. So you're saying you want to pay for your house straight out? So you're going to save up 100 grand or so for a house and pay it just straight out? That's possible. It's a lot cheaper than getting a loan off the bank, yeah, that's true. But minimum wage in the UK is only 20 grand, I think, or 19 grand or something like that. Yeah, it'll take you, without spending any money, it will take you about 5 years of not spending, just money coming in. And here's how the economy in the UK has been lately. Unless you've got a job that is really heavy, high up, or where you work with computers, there's no chance you're going to get a job that well paid. Where you, a 40 grand a year job, you're not going to get it. I don't know any 40 grand a year jobs that you can just jump into, even with a degree. Especially not in my area of work, because I don't work with computers. Maybe I should. But then that would mean going back to university and getting a fucking loan for my my education. So you're pretty much screwed either ways. So if you got a loan for education, you're still gonna get fucked by the government. But generally speaking, at least in the UK, from my point of view, you're pretty shafted when it comes to buying houses or getting a good wage, so you can afford a good house or a good car or whatever. Now I need to go coding. Oh, 16k. Awesome. God fucking damn it. Am I gonna die here? That was too close for comfort. Give me that. Give me that. There we go. It raises up to 2.5, 3k after around 5 years, so if you do well, it's still a raw deal. I'm not quite understanding. It raises up to 2.5, 3k after around 5 years, also if you do well. So it's still a raw deal. What do you mean? What are you talking about? The house prices, or the mortgage, or you mean the loan? Are you serious? Just his pay. Ah, okay, so I'm reading on the general broadcast. So sometimes some messages don't show up. One second. Ah, okay, sorry. Here it's about 100k for a decent apartment, and the pay is around 1.5 for a starting position in software engineering. 1.5 a month? That's not bad, that. So I'll tell you what, I am, I'll tell you a little bit about my job, and I am an upholsterer, which means I make sofas and I make these chairs, yeah, office chairs, and I make pretty much anything that involves fabric. And we get paid on average. So take in mind, this is not a job that you can just pick up. This takes about 2 to 3 years to learn the techniques and the methods. And we get paid about, on average, £9.50 an hour. Okay, now take into consideration the minimum wage is £8.72. Yeah, you can kind of see where it doesn't make a lot of sense. Because here's the thing, yeah, you can't just get anyone and teach them in a week or two how to do this job. And I'm not just saying this is a job that takes years to learn. I got it just in time. Bad job. No, the job is one of the best jobs I know. It is an amazing job. It just pays really shit. Because here's what's happened. Because of the UK was in the EU, yeah. Everyone knew that, and then they left. But while you're in the EU, you could get upholsterers from all over Europe. Now, if you think about it logically, why would the employers pay a good wage when they can just get someone from Poland or from Portugal or from other countries, and they'll take minimum wage for doing this job? Because they've got experience, they've got really good upholsterers. Some of the best upholsterers I know comes from the EU, come from these countries where they get paid really badly. So it makes sense that instead of paying a good wage to someone who's an English person or a Portuguese person who's lived there for many years like me, they could just get someone who come in for a year, do the job for a minimum wage, and then they go back. And I think that's where a lot of the problems with the UK has with the EU coming from. That you can get people like that who don't mind taking a lower wage because they don't know how much they're worth. As far as they know, the wage that they're getting paid is a lot of money. Because compared to their wage back in their country, that's not bad. And it's completely true. That's how I felt when I first moved to England. It's like, fucking hell, I'm getting all this money, and in Portugal I'd be getting like a third of it for doing the same job. But as you live here and you spend more time in England, you realise actually we're getting shafted because we're making the company loads of profit while we're getting nothing in return. So that's one of the things that I'm actually looking for with the Brexit shit happening. Well, I wasn't too happy at first. After some investigation and some discussions, I've realised that because of the new point system, okay, UK has got a new point system. If you want to enter the country, you need at least 7 points. You get 70 points, sorry, or 7 points, it doesn't matter. So I think speaking English is a requirement and it counts for 20 points. Having a job is required and it gives you, I think, 30 points. And then there's university degrees gives you points. You can look it up if you want, but the other requirement, so it's speaking English, it's having a job, and there's something else that you are required to have to enter the country. But basically, to get good points, apart from the ones required, that only gives you 15 total. I think getting speaking English only gives you 10 points. But if you want to manage to enter the UK, you need to have the basic requirements, which are 50, and then one additional. So having a degree gives you 20 points, which is enough to enter the country. There's something else along the lines of if your job is required, then it's another 20. So if your job is in demand, it's another 20. And if you earn over a certain amount. Now I'm earning, if it was up to now, I wouldn't be able to enter the country because I can speak English, I've got a job, and those the other requirement which I apply for, but I am not earning over that amount, even though my job is required. Okay, but it's not in demand. My job is required because there's not a lot of people who can do it, but it's not in extreme demand. too dystopian for my taste. Now, why am I happy about this? Because eventually they'll realize that nobody wants to do this fucking this. It's not a shit job. It's a really fun job, but nobody wants to do this job for the money that we're getting paid. And it's true. I don't want to do this job for the money that I'm getting paid anymore. Let me just approve your. As soon as slash my rest and moved to Bogland, to be honest. Bongland. But yeah, so eventually you'll reach a point where they need more upholsterers and they say, oh, we're only paying fucking £9 an hour, because that's a lot of adverts you see nowadays for jobs, they're only offering £9 an hour. And I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck? Why would you? It's a job that a normal person cannot do that job, because there's a lot of technique involved. There's no theory behind it. You can't study it. You can go to university. I think in Manchester there's Ministry of Upholstery if you really want to get a qualification, but there's no theory behind it. You don't study for it. It's something that if you watch on YouTube, you kind of understand the concept, but if you don't go and actually do the job, you can't do it, because when you pull in the fabric, there's ways of pulling the fabric that it's very technical. It's very technical. So unless you do it and you gain experience in it, then you're not going to do it. Like painting, okay? Painters get paid a lot more than upholsterers, and yet painting is actually easier than upholstery. Painting is piss easy compared to upholstery, because you don't have as many factors as we do when it comes to doing your job. You get your paint, and you need to learn how to do your job. Yeah, just because you know that paint goes on the wall doesn't mean you can do it properly, because your paint will run, and there's a lot of other factors that you need to take into consideration. Is the wall clean, etc, etc. I didn't know what upholstery meant. It's a UPH, upholstery, but it sounded like some branch of necromancy. So I'll explain really quickly where upholstery comes from. I'll just have to pause it really quick. So upholstery, the origins of the job was a shopkeeper, yeah, who specialized in upholding things. That's where upholstery comes from. So their job was, like, if you wanted a painting hanging, okay, that was their basic job. They'd come to your house and they would put your nail in, and they'd do all the nice decorations, and they'd hang your painting. Like, that's very basic. That's nothing of what I do. And then it kind of evolved to using nails and studs, like little metal things, to hold things as well. And then it evolved to making couches. So basically the way you make a couch is you cut a piece, you got obviously your back with your foam. Okay, and as an upholstery, I'm in charge of measuring the foam, cutting the foam to shape, making sure the frame's right, because making frames, that is a carpenter's job. And then I cut a piece of fabric to length, and if it needs sewing or anything, I need to take into account the sewing lines and everything, and then I fit it onto it. And nowadays we use staple guns, but back in the days they used hammers and studs. So they'd pull over and they'd make it nice and smooth, and then they'd put a stud, they'd bang it in, and then put another stud, bang it in, and now the fabric's held. That's where upholstery comes from. Does that make sense? And I make couches and chairs and everything, all sorts. Now I've been at this job for 6 or 7 years. I've got 7 years experience in total, making all sorts of couches, all sorts of chairs, and I'm only getting paid £1.50 more an hour than minimum wage. Does that sound right to you? 5 years experience in a job that not a lot of people can do, and I'm getting paid a fucking shit wage? Because that doesn't sound right to me. And that's the average. That's the average wage. It sounds like hard work, but it's still relaxing in a way. I want to buy a merch couch from you. So the job's not relaxing. It's very heavy on... you're not relaxing. Most of the time you either thinking, if it's something that you've done plenty of times, yeah, it's just a job. You just pull it and you work with your hands a lot, and your mind just goes. It's very boring and monotonous if it's a job that you've done a lot. But when it's a new job, it's a chair or a couch that you never made, it is extremely intense because you got to take in consideration things that you never thought about before. So for example, if I fold this fabric here, how's it going to affect the other side of the chair or the sofa? If this sewing line is here, because I cut the fabrics, I need to make sure the sewing lines, because a sewing line is basically a fabric, yeah, imagine that's my sleeve, and then you get another fabric and it gets sewn together. It's black so you can't really see it, so I'll exemplify with my skins, my tobacco skins, while they're fighting over there. So imagine, yeah, this is the fabrics, okay, and what the sewing ladies do is they join them together, yeah, and then after it's sewn together they flip them over, and that's what you see. That's the seam. Whenever you look at a seam on a couch, that's how they do it. Okay, so I gotta take into consideration that extra bit, which is half an inch in the UK. That's half an inch for the seam on each side. So you kind of gotta measure the couch, you measure the foam, you measure the frame, you measure the fabric, how much you need, you come up with the calculations, make a little algorithm, a little equation, and you kind of got your size for the fabric that you need to cut. And then you need to think, okay, but if it's got a curve on it, then you need to take in consideration the curve. So you do a little math problem where you take over the radius of the fucking thing, or you just use a fabric tape measure, okay? And then you get the result. Okay, so you're still gonna cut quick maths, yeah. So you're still gonna get a straight line, but it's meant for a curve. So then you gotta go ahead and you gotta make a straight fabric fit on a curve, which is not always easy to do, because if you're not careful of the way you're pulling it, in which direction, which vector of strength you pull it, then it's going to get bumpy because you're going to pull too much fabric to the left and the right's going to be really tight and the left's going to be bumpy as fuck because you got too much fabric on a very small space. So when you're doing a new job, you are going to have to unpick a lot of the shit that you do, because you think, yeah, that looks right, you finish it and you realize, oh shit, that's not right. So that's a skill. Like, the more you do a job, the better you get at it, the faster you get at it. And the more you do new things as well, the better you get at it, so you have to unpick less. So you reach a point like me and my other upholsterer friend, who we work together, and me and him, we can come up with templates first time around, and we could just make the templates, and they usually come out spot on. If they don't, then we make tiny millimeter adjustments, or a quarter of an inch here, quarter of an inch there. So as you can see, if you don't have that experience in trying new templates and making templates and cutting fabric and all that, you're not going to do that job. Now, I talked about upholstery takes a few years to learn. I mean, the aspect of measuring and upholstering itself, that's a skill that takes you. I'm not even talking about sewing, gluing the foams, gluing the frames together, using nails, studding, backtacking, deep buttoning. So yeah, there's a lot of shit to learn on it, and yet we're not getting paid what is considered to be a skilled job, because that's what it's classed as, a skilled job. That's the other thing that gives you extra points, if it's a skilled job or not. So while it is a skilled job, we're getting paid nowhere near what a skilled job gets paid, what a skilled worker gets paid for. Because again, they could, up to now, they could just go to the EU and get a few cheap upholsterers to do the job. If you're interested in programming, the easiest place to start was web dev, and there are plenty of courses online for it. I know how to program. I know C#, I know C++, and I know a tiny bit of PHP. Actually, on my free time, that's what I used to do. I used to develop video games. Doesn't take much skill to learn and do competently. Yeah, so I do know how to program, etc. I was more of a gameplay designer, not designer, gameplay programmer. So anything that AI as well, AI was really fun to do. So anything that I didn't enjoy doing anything with databases because I'd never been keen on databases, but I have done it as well. But I was mostly the kind of guy that was always really interested in new cool mechanics. Like on my first project, I took inspiration from Faster Than Light, and I made a game, or a small prototype, that your objective was you were a... You know the invading robots that what are they called? You shoot them from, on Fast and Light, you shoot them from the robot bay and they would infiltrate the enemy ship and they would start fighting enemies on the ship itself. Now I made a little prototype game where your objective was, you were one of those robots, you'd pick what area of the ship you'd spawn, and then your objective was to kill everyone, okay, and then leave the ship successfully, either by killing everyone or simply, no, destroying the whole ship. So those were the two conditions. So every room of the ship was like Faster Than Light. You'd have your med bay where enemies would go to heal. You'd have your drone bay where there were little bots spawning, and there was little command. Because I found that you could kill the whole ship pretty quickly, so I made a new room called the command center. No, not the command center, the radios, the communication center, sorry. Communication center. And if you were spotted at the start of the game or at any point during the game, then an alarm would sound and the enemies would get reinforcements every like 30 seconds or 40 seconds or whatever. So the only way to stop that was either to hack it, which was implemented as well, or to completely destroy it. Okay, and then that would disable the room for the time being until one of the bots that would be an engineer would come over and try and fix it. You could kill him to stop him from fixing structures, and you could hack everything. There was like the doors room where you could hack it and you would lock the doors from the enemies but let you through, and it was really fun, especially the AI. The AI was extremely interesting because I didn't want it to be too OP like in Doom, where, you know, the original Doom, where if a monster saw you then all the monsters saw you and they knew where you were. I wanted it to be in the sense that at the start of the game, they didn't know you were on the ship because you magically teleported onto their ship. Do I want this? Yeah, but I want a castle as well. What's Samara Castle? Give me Samara Castle back. There we go. And I just conquered that back. So I didn't want them to be super OP, where as soon as you spawned they know where you were. I want them to have a real sense of... I want it to be believable in a way. So what I did, I gave them senses, two senses, auditory sense and visual sense. So as a law kind of thing, I said that the bots would communicate with each other in a way that was believable. Yeah, and that was, if they saw you, then all the other bots of that type would know where you were. So they would then track you down. But if one of them heard you, then you'd go to points of interest, which be the room, which you could, as a game developer, I made sure that I could just copy paste in parts of interest onto different parts of the rooms, and then the bot would go and inspect. And the way you'd do it is go there and he'd look left, he'd look right, and then he'd turn around and investigate another point of interest. And if he'd found nothing, he'd just assume he just heard something that was, you know. So there was a bit of stealth behind it as well, but that wasn't the main focus. The only reason you'd want a stealth, and you could only do it, is so you can pick your fights. You could pick fights where you'd have a good chance of winning. Let's want to end the campaign. And then, but as soon as you get seen, you're pretty fucked. They are going to sound the alarm and you're going to have to fight a lot of them, which was fine. Yeah, that was how the game was built. I also implemented blocking grenades, which was a grenade that you'd throw. You had a few weapons. You had like the basic like rifle kind of thing. You had a shotgun, which would do spread damage, and you'd have a minigun at the end game, which all of these would be upgrades that you could buy for your main character. And one of the grenades that I really enjoyed was the blocking grenade. So it'd be a grenade that you would throw, and where it landed, it would create a collision box, or let's call it like a foam box, and then the enemies could not pass through it. So you could block entrances to your room by doing that, and you could set up defenses by throwing in, switching weapons to a minigun. I was thinking of implementing turrets, but I never did that. I really want that castle, that's the Dertios castle. I really want it. Nope. So yeah, it was a pretty developed game, but I just lost interest at some point when it came to doing the AI for the bots, when it come, because there was so many bots on the map. Sometimes they would collide together and they wouldn't work very well, so I tried making squad formations, and that completely lost me. I just didn't know how to even start it. I've got a really good friend of mine, his name's Itamar, and he's been a developer since he was like 15, and I've known him for at least 12 years now, and he helped me through a lot of it, as in through a lot of the squad mechanics and now what code needs to be where, but I still couldn't do it. So I just reached a point and I said, I put my hands up and said, I can't do this, and I stopped developing it. Got an EXE. I'd have to look. I'm pretty sure I uploaded it somewhere. I'm pretty sure it'll be on the cloud anywhere. Somewhere. I'm thinking because I'm pretty sure I've got it somewhere. I don't know if I want to take the siege actually. I should be able to take it. I've got the EXE somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's on my Visual Basic, on my Unity, because it's built on Unity. All the code's done by myself though. I didn't get any imports. And it looks wrong as well, but yeah, I can definitely share it. I think it'll be on one of the old versions, because that was made like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. But yeah, I'll let you have a look. I think some of the combat's broken on the EXE, because I was doing the combat formations and all that, so a lot of the things had to be reworked. Also, another interesting thing that I did with it was a generator room. You know how in Fast and Light you had the generators? I had a generator room, and what it did basically is if you destroyed the generator room or hacked it, either way it would work. You would disable all the lights. For high output, I'd say that with some additional content you can get on a stream as a low price game. Probably, yeah. But it was mostly of a game development experience. I wanted to know how AI actually worked. So that's what I do. I built that little game. So what the other thing that I did with the with the generator was basically if you disabled that, all the lights would go off, and there would be an engineer that would come and repair it. So the ships, depending on the size and all that, they would come with different amount of enemies, and there would always be the engineers and the pilots. Those were the main ones, and then obviously you can get guard reinforcements through the command center, the radio center. And after he'd come in and inspect the room first of all, because obviously something's gone wrong. So he'd have the points of interest around the reactor, and he'd come in and inspect it. And if he didn't spot anyone, then he would go or if he didn't spot or hear anyone, because if you moved while you're not stealthing, he'd take your location and he'd investigate exactly where he heard you, and then he'd investigate a little bit around, and then he'd go and try and fix it. If you killed him, then that's it. The generator room would be down for a few minutes until someone else came to investigate it. But usually by then you'd be full combat anyways, and you'd have the advantage because you can see over the whole map, while the enemy's guards' field of vision would be diminished. and who knows, if there's interest, you can fund your next project. I don't want to go into game development. It's good to know, but it's a lot of work. It's a lot of headache. It melts my brain. But I'll definitely show you. I think I've got a video of it somewhere. Oh, I had it on YouTube. I think I deleted it. What I can do is, before anything else, before I continue playing this, and after I go on a break to stretch my legs and shit, I'll try and find it, try and download the exe, and try and play it for you guys to see it. Now, keep in mind that a lot of the shit's broken, because it's something that I just gave up halfway through. I also made another game, and this one, not a game, a little project. I wanted to know how multiplayer works, okay? How the fuck do you do multiplayer? I never understood how it went about. So I made a little hack and slash game. Now when I say hack and slash, I don't mean like your generic hack and slash. I mean Mountain Blade style hack and slash. So you'd have your little character, yeah, and you'd have your weapon. And then to fight, you'd rotate your mouse around your main character, and your weapon would follow. And depending on how hard you hit him with, depends how much damage it did. Now I know that's nothing too innovative, okay, but I've never seen it done with a hack and slash. You can get games like, what's in my face, Ball 3D. Which use the same mechanics of having physics in a game, but it's not in a combat sense. Now that one, it's pretty much all complete, but I'm having problems synchronizing the motherfucking thing. So when it comes to synchronizing the movement to a degree where it's acceptable, I couldn't do it. I tried all sorts. The movement synchronized, the character movement synchronized, but it's the sword movement that's not synchronized, and it's laggy. So it's not 100%, and I tried everything, I tried for months trying to fix it, I couldn't find a problem. Nidhogg. Yes, like Nidhogg, yeah, but 2D, Also, I'm pretty sure that Nidhogg is single player only. Unless I'm completely wrong. And that's where most of my problems came from. Was it being multiplayer. If it was single player, I wouldn't have any problems. But because the main focus of the game was multiplayer, synchronize was a pain in the ass. So do you want me to show you guys what I'm talking about? So I'll show you the first one, if I can find it. Actually, I'll have to show you the second one. What's it called? Where the fuck is it? I've not touched it in a long time. Yeah, it's Unity. So I'll have to show you the second one because I'm not sure. I'll show you the screen, my desktop. So that's it there. The Slay and Pray. That's the latest one. I can't see the other one. It was called actually it might be on my documents somewhere. And it was called Unity Projects. There we go. Come on, load up, bastard. There we go. Does it work? It might actually work. It might actually be in luck. So keep in mind, this was like my first project ever, so criticism is welcome, but it doesn't make a lot of difference. So that would be the reactor room. That would be one of the guard AIs. Oh, I didn't implement any of the other AIs yet. Yeah, 1 second. This must be one of the older versions. because that's the wrong. Oh, okay, so I shot, so he heard me shooting, so he's coming investigating now, and he hears me closer now. Oh yeah, because I wasn't crouching, so he definitely heard me. He's investigating now in a weird way, and he's heard me walk because I wasn't crouching again. But he's not seen me yet, he's just heard me, so he's not going to call for reinforcements just yet. Only if he sees me. So he's seen me now, and he's dodging. You can see I've made the AI, and then he was going to go to heal. I'm pretty sure that was the... Can I destroy this door? Yeah, I can. And you can see now there's reinforcements coming along. And now you can see that they strafe out of the way. But I wanted to make battle formations, as in squad formations as well. And now that guy's gonna go and heal, because he's low on health. Now I'm gonna see if I can take down the generator at least. I don't think I'm taking any damage from them. No, I'm not. I think the damage is broken. Because I should have died already. I think I disabled it for the test, but that's the med bay where he is healing. There's space for I think 12 of them. So one way to get rid of these is to pretty much destroy this. I don't know if you can hack it. I don't know if I put the UI for it. But I know you can destroy it, because everything should be destructible. Even though there's no UI for it. Because you see how they're bunching up, that really annoyed me. I wanted them to spread out evenly. Can I switch? Yeah, I can. There we go. That's a minigun. That's a shotgun. That's a minigun. Oh, I've destroyed it already. As you can see, there's no more backup. Now, I'm surprised they've not reset back to chasing me down. I'm shooting a bit too high as well. But yeah, there you go. That was the idea. So he was healing then, you'd get extra health, and then they should come back to fight. This was the room control panel with the cameras as well. Pretty sure that disables the doors if you destroy it. That's pretty much the cameras, which you could get spotted. That's the prototype for a camera, etc. So there's a lot there. This was a test room where I would there's point of interest here, one here, and one here. And so this was a test room to test how good the AI was. So the AI would come in. Yeah, I'd make noise here. The AI would come in and he'd investigate these points of interest. And I was trying to see if he would do that and he'd investigate them properly. So that's that. And now I've got Slay and Pray, which is my latest project. So yeah, that AI was really fun to program because they had these different states of state of mind of what they would do, what their job was. So engineers and stuff like that, they would avoid fight, they'd run straight away, and they would fix structures. While the guards that you've just seen me fighting against, they would kill and run. Does it matter? So yeah, the guards would come in, fight until their health was low enough, and then they would run away, and if they killed me, then they would go back, and obviously it didn't matter. So that was the whole premise of the game. On this one, now this was a bit more complex to do, because while they are basic games, there's a lot to them. There's thousands of lines of code on this motherfucking thing. Like, you can see the amount of... Why is it not building? Is it Control B? If I remember correctly. Yeah, Control B. So this is a multiplayer game, so obviously I need 2 executables running. Unity project, Slay and Pray. Why is it not running? I must be doing something wrong. Just give me a minute while I try and figure this out, because I've not touched it in a long time, so. That was for capture the flag. The blue and red flags. Maybe here? I can't remember how I did this. Like I said, it's been a long time. It's not running though. I'm assuming that something else is open already. Let me check my task manager. And it will be something like Slay and Pray. The problem with the developing... No, it's not here. The problem with the doing a stream of you coding a game is that it's extremely boring. Because a lot of the time that you spend 80% of the time thinking of something, and then 10%. Actually, no, I'm wrong. You spend 50% of the time coming up with a solution, 40% of the 10% of the time writing it, with the code, and then you spend the other 40% of the time mashing your head against the wall because it's not working. That's how it works. It's not playing for some reason. Let me just check that the game is playable. So you can still create the room and everything. Yeah, everything's fine. So if I go on to red, okay. It still should spawn me on red team anyways. Mouse not working though. Uh-oh, how badly did I break the game? I like how this turned into a game developer blog or the stream. It was on... It's not a photon view. One second, is this connected? Because normally when you got this guy here, you will have is ready room movements on. Ah, okay, so that's why I stopped, because I was reworking the whole movement, which will be not here. Oh, so this is the ready room character though. I need a player character. Weapon movement script. Let's see how messy this code actually is. So it's on my right screen right now. I'll switch it over to the left screen so you guys can see. Come on, boy. Load up. So this has got about 200 lines of code. I know why. I know why. I know exactly why. Because it's a multiplayer game. So hopefully, if I can get the other client to run, then both clients will work. Because it only works if there's another player on the room. I think that was the issue with it. I think I've gone through this before. Come on, it's not launching though. So I need to go here. Check if it's on my desktop. That's the working repo, that's the other repo. I mean, I guess I could open these two, right? So if I open this one, I guess we can still play, it's just on an outdated version. That's on my right display. Gonna open another one. Yeah, there we go. And now, if I just... Yeah, this is a very old one. Come on. So I'm gonna host on one of them. Come on. Host and Bob can be the room name. As you can see, this is completely different from what I had before. But if I refresh, I should see the room here. So if I put ready on this one, then I should launch. And everything should be easy peasy anyways. Very loud noise. So I'll show you what I mean. As you can see, look at the weapon on the right. It's completely incorrect to what it actually represents. So you can see there's delay on it. And this is a very old build. Then obviously, as this guy's been hitting the other one, he's been getting jewels that you could buy other weapons with. And each weapon would be pretty much different from the others. Yeah. And this can be played over multiplayer as well. And we did do a few tests with it. But the synchronization was just broken in general. You also had health drops and all that. Yeah, that's what I... While it looks extremely simple, I'm going to show you the amount of code that goes into this shit. So I think one of the biggest ones is phone lobby. I think one of the longest amounts of code lines that I made. Not sure if it's this one or if it's the other one. Oh yeah, it's definitely is. So that is about 750 lines of code. The movement's quite small. That's quite small. Obviously none of these count because, as you can see, wrist movement, that was what I used initially for the movement. A lot of these have got comments on, so I'd say this is like 100 and odd lines. Current room settings is quite extensive as well. Actually, this is the longest one. This determines, it gives you the settings for the room, and it gives you the who the players are, list of the room. It also tells you what map's being played, game mode. It tells you all sorts of different things. It also deals with the loading screen and what's on my face? Loading screen and winning conditions, and it resets everything as well. So on game over, you got all the stuff here. You could change every time you enter that little space of the team color. You would change your color of the character when he spawned. So you can see all this, changing them to the team list as well. When you press tab and you get your thing, you deals with the launch, which is quite simple. Yeah. So I did this simply to learn about multiplayer, and I was using PON or Photon Unity networking, and it was really useful. They did a lot of the low level shit, they took care of it. So yeah, that's it. Oh, backspace back on. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I've never seen it done before, and I understand why, because synchronizing physics over the network's a fucking pain in the ass. And Rocket League does it amazingly. But they've got experts working on the fucking job, not people like me who just do it for fun and because they want to learn about certain things. So I know C# and I know C++. I learned C++ first, and then I moved over to C#. Check out Nitronic Rush. What is it about? Where's my back here? Pocket? Yeah. An arcade racing game made by students coded the entire engine themselves. It's free. Why would you code an engine? Unless it's for the learning experience. Coding engines is pain in the ass having to deal with all the maths and algorithms for the graphics. Yeah, I definitely would never code my own engine. That's the thing that I find a lot of people want to do, and then they realize they should have just stuck with the pre-made engines like Unity, Unreal Engine, and yeah, those are the main two. I have to say I don't like Unreal Engine for the fact that it's visual. The scripting is visual. It's all visual. So you're connecting boxes together, and that completely put me off Unreal Engine. So what out of these? It's stirring, isn't it? Yeah. Pre-made engines charge you though. No, they don't. Unity's free. Even unless you're earning over 100k on the project, they don't charge you anything. And you can make games the way you want them to. They don't charge you for... I looked into this before I started programming anything, and yeah, you can literally make a game, and if you make less than 100k on the game, then they leave you alone, which is quite nice of Unity to do. And the thing is, there's a lot of misconceptions about Unity, saying it's a shit engine, and it's not true. Unity's the best engine. It's better than Unreal Engine 4, and I'll explain why. Because it's so good that even a kid can make a game. That's how strong it is. If you can get a kid to make a game, then your engine's extremely easy to use, and it is very adaptable, and it's very... not basic, but it's got a lot of potential to it. While with Unreal Engine, you kind of have to make your own assets for everything. While you can download free assets, it's not as extensive as Unity's assets. So Unity is good enough for bad games. The barrier of entry for Unity is very low. The barrier for entry. I wouldn't tie ease of use with quality of the engine. You can though. Like, not to a full extent. Yeah, I wouldn't say just because of that, but it is in general a much better engine than Unreal Engine for new people who've never done it before. And while, yeah, sure, with the Unreal Engine you've got the visual, which allows non-programmers to make a game, I would still say that if you're a programmer and you want to make a game, you probably don't want to go onto Unreal Engine, because you're not going to get a lot of experience out of it. As a game designer, Unreal Engine is better, but it's it makes your games look really good. And sometimes what you want is a quick prototype. And if you want a quick prototype, again, Unity's better, because you don't have to invest as much time into it. And there's also all these flashy tools that Unreal has got that you don't really need if you're making a small game. If you're making a really big game, then yeah, I would say maybe consider Unreal Engine. If you're making a small game like I usually do, I don't touch Unreal Engine, because there's too many flashy tools that will take a lot of my time when I really just want to focus on the mechanics. But yeah, I don't want to go back into game development. I've tried it. Now I've realised you got to spend too many fucking hours on it. While it sure does provide you with a passive income, which is something that I'm trying to invest in, the amount of hours that you spend into that doesn't actually pay off until you make multiple projects and spend thousands of hours on it. Because that game, the second game that I showed you, took me about 3 months to come up to like reach the point that you saw it at. And 3 months, that is programming every day as well. And then, as you've seen, it's not in a state that I could ever sell it or even make any sort of money. It was good for the experience, don't get me wrong, but all those hours, yeah, it's mostly due to my lack of experience. That's where it comes down to. But how many more hours do I have to put into it? How many more hours do I have to sink into it to actually see any money out of it? And I just did the maths, and I think I've got a full-time job. I don't want to go into the game development companies, big game development companies and publishers. I don't want to do that because there's none around here. I'd have to move, and while at first that doesn't sound like a big problem, my girlfriend is a really big factor because she doesn't want to move. So I gotta consider, like, do I really want to like damage my relationship with her and move her out of her family, near her family, just because of one job that I probably won't stay on for long and keep moving house? Because once the developer, the publishers or company's done with you, you now have no job. So I could go into indie companies and develop a game with a small team, but I don't think I've got the experience to do it, because I've not mentioned this, you've probably not heard this, but I've done freelance work as well. I made and it was working with databases, which is, as you've seen the games, they've got nothing on the database. So my freelance work was to make a tool for this small company, and they wanted the tool. Basically, none of them were really programmers, sorry. None of them were programmers. So the tool that they wanted was so that they could implement objects into the game fairly easily. So the objective was I'd create a tool that would take input, and then with the input it'd save it onto a JSON file. And oh shit. It'd save it onto a JSON file. And then you'd create a game object based on that tool, and that list could be moved to other computers easily by simply copying the list and pasting the list file onto their computer. They can now access the list and edit the objects, because there was going to be thousands of objects in the game. And I'd never done it, but I finished the project like a month down the line, and it melted my brain because it's not something I ever worked with. I had to learn how to work with databases and how to make them do what I want, basically, without knowing any of the language for it. And then that kind of made me realize, shit, I don't know anything about game development. What I thought I knew is actually a small portion of what you actually need to know to actually do anything of meaningful in this industry. So that demotivated me to the point where I've not touched programming since. Just a quick question, is the stream only for sometimes very glitchy with... Oh, is it... Not just you, so it's a problem with the stream? I'll have to up the bit rate. Sorry about that. I apologize. I've looked into it and I'm not quite sure what the problem seems to be. I know that the bit rate is already at 8K 8,000 kilobits per second, which should be plenty enough. But I'm also using MobStream, which MobCrunch, sorry, MobCrush Studio, and it basically lets me stream to 4 different platforms at the same time. That being YouTube, Twitch, and Mixer. So that's the 3 platforms I'm streaming right now. So it could be Mob Crush that's damaging my, for crying out loud, my my KPI. KPI, sorry, kilobits per second. But I might stop doing that because a lot of the viewers come from Twitch. I don't see a lot of viewers on the other platforms, which is a bit surprising based on the fact that they've got better ways of better discoverability. I'd assume that eventually with time what a check, okay. Better discoverability, so I assume that with time and with viewers coming and going, I'd have better viewership on those other platforms. But no, Twitch still beating them by far, which is quite surprising. Maybe my content's just shit, so it could be either. I don't want to take these guys down. It could be that my content doesn't appeal to the majority of people. That's also a factor. Where people see my content and they're like, yeah, I don't really want to listen to this guy talking about this shit because you know, it's not what I want to hear. Nothing I can do about that. Twitch is the best. Yeah, Twitch still holds the market by the balls. Not that many people watching Warband. Yeah, but I can't. The Warband is one of the few games that I can actually play and not have to focus on the game. So if I want to play something like This War of Mine, which I thought about doing today, I would have to focus on the gameplay more than anything. And that would because this channel, I'm trying to focus it on being not only informative but fun to watch as well, and where we can have weird conversations about random shit. And if I'm playing the game, then yeah, it's not very interesting to watch. No, normal humans watching streams, not over Twitch. No normal human is watching streams not over Twitch. No, there's quite a lot of people watching streams on Mixer. But most of those people are watching Shroud. It also doesn't help that sometimes my stream quality goes to shit. But I blame it on my Mixer equals Fortnite. I agree with you, actually. I've had a few viewers from Mixer before, and they're usually nice people. Zoomers aren't people. Mixer equals user. Damn. You're just going fucking bananas on Mixer. No mercy. No mercy for Mixer. Not chill for Mixer. $20 manhunters? That would be nice, but wait, Wait, can you see this? Hey guys, am I tripping? Look at their troops. Wait, something's weird here. Look also at their... No. Look, it says deserters 13 plus 29. Okay. Now look at their troops. It says sneakies that I'm there. And it says it's got 8 looters and 4 crossbowmen. But if you look on the map, there's 48 of them. I gotta fight these guys. I'm really curious about what the fuck's happening here. Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck's happening here? Wait, what? I've met in my travels one who calls himself Sneaky. Oh, really? It is not everyone who does mention that name in my face. I'm not sure whether to reward you for it or punish you for imprudence. Very well, I will indulge your curiosity, but listen closely because I do not wish to speak of this matter again. Well, Gravis defeated. What's he talking about, man? What the actual fuck? No doubt, Lord Castle. Why is he talking about Lord Castle now? Wait, what happens if I... What happens if I attack him? Should I? What do you guys think? What should I do in this situation? Do I just leave it? And let him, like, build up an army? Kill Sneaker. He's right proper bastard, he is. So am I going to be fighting myself here? Wait. Then this means war. This means war. 1 second. Can I take myself prisoner? I'm wondering, can I take myself prisoner? Where is it? Where is it? Ah, okay, I see. So he doesn't let me fight him. This mine represents the duality of man, quite literally. So yeah, he's not on the battlefield. I think I scared him. Oh no, he is down there. Yo, dude, he's down there. Is there any chance that I can clip this? Yeah, I'm gonna have to edit the stream. Look, there he is. Yo, dude, how's it hanging? Wait, no, men, stay there. Yo, dude, this is freaky as fuck. I've never seen anything like this. This is quite one of the weirdest glitches I've ever seen. When you shoot yourself in the head. I was gonna clip, but it's longer than 60 seconds. Ah, that's okay. So, can I take myself prisoner? Oh no, he didn't let me. Oh, that's a shame. That was quite interesting though. I'll highlight this. Yeah, but I also want Durin. Nope. Not interested. Okay. Let's do a quick tournament. I need the money. Same, but you can make a stream highlight out of it though. Yeah, I will do. That was quite interesting to watch. This is how you fool the AI in tournaments, by the way. You just look to the... Oh. Never mind. You look away from them and they kind of hit the wall by themselves. Oh, didn't expect that. Nice tips, yeah. If I didn't fail miserably straight after, it would have been something to consider. Can't sell my shit here. I'm gonna have to go to Prevenanta. I'm gonna go to Warsheg. Oh, Warsheg's a bit far away, isn't it? Yeah, I'll definitely make a stream highlight out of that one. That was funny as fuck. What's the chances that I came across those guys anyways? Always losing money, always losing money. So let me go Kura, first of all. Durham, by the nods. Oh, these guys are brave, man. Take some butter, it's quite good for morale. Take some bread, because again, it's quite good for morale. Still low though. Let's take this battle here, just so I can regain some morale on my troops. Oh, it's only a small battlefield. Yeet! So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to take care of these motherfuckers. Then I'm gonna go to Durham, take care of the other ones. And then maybe after they sue for peace, I can ask for another castle. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Then it should be happy days. Hey, guess what, guys? In about 7 more followers, I can apply for affiliate and get about £1 a month from Twitch. It is a dream come true, right? I can probably buy a Mars bar, 2 Mars bars with that money at the end of the month. Nope, I do not care about that. It's broken, that feature, by the way. Nice. I'm not gonna do it though. Now barrier's under attack as well. Crying out loud. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it because being an affiliate removes my rights to stream to all other platforms. Which in that case hurts my discoverability. You buy 2 Mars bars and do a giveaway. Let me grow your channel. Oh, that's funny. That. No, but by taking the affiliate contracts, you you're not allowed to stream to other platforms. And to be honest, I much rather have at the end of the month have 5 more viewers from different platforms, or 5 more people who see me on the channel from 5 different platforms, compared to those £2 or £3 a month they give me. Yeah, sure, it opens up the chance for subscriptions and all that shit. But what? How many subscriptions am I gonna get? 1, 2? That doesn't pay the bills. I much rather have, again, I much rather have have a high discoverability. It's much more important than that little petty cash that I'm offered. Because you never know, yeah. This is how it works, okay? 100% of the people that watch my videos, my streams, they'll come over and they'll see the stream, and about 90% or 95% of them will say, yeah, it's not for me, and they'll leave, okay? Now, the other 10%, some of them will come over, watch the stream, stay for a little bit, and think, yeah, okay, I'll send a message. And then we get talking, and then they leave, and they never show up again. Okay, fair enough. And then there's that 1%, which is you guys, that stay and they actually enjoy the content. Now, that's times 4, because that's for every platform. So that's 4% of 400%, so still 1% out of 100. This is like not accurate at all, but it kind of goes to exemplify. If I reduce my discoverability only down to 1 platform, no, I mean, out of the 100, no, out of the 100, only 1% of the people who show up will stay. That's what I mean, or follow or subscribe or whatever. They're not going to subscribe, but they'll follow. So if I reduce my discoverability down by, let's say, because not all platforms are discoverable, not all platforms are created the same, so YouTube's really good for discoverability. There's a lot more people, impressions created on YouTube. I get about 170 impressions on YouTube, which means my little thingy shows up on someone's recommended, and only about 12% of the viewers click on it. This is what shows on the YouTube analytics, so I'm not making these numbers up. This is how it goes for YouTube. Now, so YouTube, I actually get more discovered on YouTube than I do on Twitch, but most of the people don't click on it because I'm playing a shit game. Actually, no, that's mean. Warband's an awesome game, but people don't perceive it as an awesome game. That's what I meant to say. So if I stop streaming to YouTube, that's a lot of discoverability that goes to shit. Now, when Bannerlord comes out, I'm going to be streaming Bannerlord, which is a new game, so people are going to come. They're going to see the game, and they're going to pop in and see what's up. So if I restrict myself only to Twitch, that's a big platform, which is YouTube, that's now gone, that I'm not getting discovered on. And I'm not using YouTube, I don't want to stream on YouTube, I want to stream on Twitch. But I'm hoping that people that see my stream on YouTube will then come to Twitch because it's better, as of yet. Twitch is just better for watching streams. So I'm hoping that people who see the stream on YouTube then come to Twitch. Does that make sense? So I'm not streaming to YouTube because I want to make a career there. I'm streaming to YouTube to get discovered. Same with Mixer. Even though it's for Fortnite and it's about 10-year-olds, it is restricted for... I've restricted my audience to 18+. So if you're watching this and you're under 18, you pretty much cheated somewhere along the line. Is that it? Ah, there we go. So that hurts my discoverability as well. But I'd rather have 1 or 2 good people to have a good chat with about anything than have 50 kids all sending memes to the chat, not talking about anything interesting. While one does give you more money than the other one's having kids to chat with is extremely uninteresting. It's not like anyone has ever lied about his or her age. Yeah, that's true. So, have you heard of the new Kids Act? It's a new act that's trying to get passed by a senator, and basically to protect children against... it's like copper, but more explicit. So they want to try and get rid of autoplay, they want to try and get rid of adverts that include loot boxes. This just in, Sneaky doesn't consider children to be people. So, like, let's talk about Goblin. Let's not get distracted because otherwise I'll lose my train of thought. I'll come back to that in a minute. Kids Act, sorry. So basically what it means is they want to try and get rid of anything that could be harmful for children, that makes children addicted to watching videos. And a lot of people are kicking off about it, saying, oh, it's not right, the kids should be protected by the parents, etc, etc. While I disagree, I think it's a good thing. And here's my reasons why. 13 reasons why now. Basically, at the moment, if you get a child on YouTube, they can see all sorts of videos. Some of them are restricted against their age, sure, but they'll still skip it somehow. So what this is going to cause is YouTube's going to have to come up with a plan for it, and this is what I think they'll do. Instead of getting rid of autoplay and the algorithms, because they're also trying to ban the algorithms that put kids in the way of bad content for them, what I think YouTube will have to do is say you have to prove your age to go onto YouTube. And secondly, I think they will create a new service like YouTube for Kids and Netflix is affected by it. All video streaming and video platforms are affected. So I think they'll have to come up with a new service like a YouTube's for Kids and Netflix for children or whatever. And what that will accommodate children, and people are not allowed, children are not allowed to go on to be thrown into the deep end on YouTube. And you think, well, that doesn't sound right, but we already do that. We do that with alcohol. Yeah, you're only allowed to drink if you are over 18 in New York. It's 21 if you're in America. So we already do these limitations for children not to do it. Of course, they're going to find a loophole and they're going to do it somehow, but at least then it's not the platform's fault that this is happening. Lol, they're talking about getting rid of things bad for children, and they put drag queen story hour for toddlers. Yeah. I mean, I see what the act wants to do, but I don't think the way they want it to push is the way to go. No. There's probably there's going to have to be negotiations towards it. But I think it's a good thing, because I honestly think that the service that adults use, children should not be allowed to use it. Companies and parents have already tried to restrict children down to protect their Explorer, where they can't go to certain websites. Same with Google's app stores. They've allowed parents to monitor what children are downloading and all that. But I think the video providing services should also make a few changes towards it. And I honestly think that it is a good thing that this is moving forward, because like I said before, you don't allow a child to go drinking. You don't allow a child to go on to big factories. You don't allow children to work. So they are restricted until they've come to an age where they can understand and it makes sense for them to use those services. You don't allow a child to go to prostitutes. Yeah, you don't allow a child to do all these kind of things because they're not ready for it yet. So it makes sense that you don't allow children to see certain content. Couldn't. And Kura. I need to go Kura anyways. Well, at least the build is starting a discussion. Yes, that is exactly it. It's pushing towards a good change. And while people are up in arms about it, it's a lot better than not having any rules and children get some sick videos. Because I've seen some sick shit on the internet that children have access to if parents are not careful. So it's like there needs to be devices that limit what children can see to protect them against the true horrifying non-filter of the internet, unfiltered internet, because even I don't want to see the fucking unfiltered internet sometimes. Is she still at work, Shag? I don't think she is, but let me check. No. I haven't done a single productive thing in about 4 days, so it's high time I get my butt off and pretend to be useful while playing Warband. See you around. Let's have a good one. Aye, thank you very much for showing up, man. It's nice having you around. Have a good day. Enjoy. $158 or skull. I would never get in this castle, in this town. Damn! Didn't expect them all to spawn around me. Dance your name, it feels good and you accomplish something. Yeah, but I want the Decios castle. Oh. Oh, for crying out loud. I didn't realize he was under siege. Oh boy. Oh, the door was right there. I will get her free. I will free her. No. I'll wait. That's not good. No, just let me free. Oof, I'm losing money. So much money I'm losing. Oh boy. That guy looks like a easy prey. Fine, I'll take it. Oh, Serenade Caravan. Oh boy, that's a lot of troops that just left. Hopefully this will convince them that they need to make peace with me and they should give me the castle. That's what I'm hoping for. Maybe they'll be so scared of me that they will simply give up. Cold coffee, my favourite. I don't know how some people like iced coffee, man. Did you restart the stream? Twitch just gave me a message you started. I think Twitch is tripping, man. No, I've not done anything. No, I didn't restart the stream. Not voluntarily, anyways. Or not consciously, either. Oh, he's in a bit of a pickle. Aye, we're good. We're good. Get a bit morale out of this as well. Hey, Outworld, thank you very much for the host. And oh, Jesus Christ, I believe that's 42 people that I'm just getting. Welcome, everyone. Oh, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it, my friend. Yeah, exactly. That was unexpected. I really appreciate it though. Hello Outworld, thank you very much. Enjoying the game? Aye, I am. Hello Obama, how you doing? And thank you for the follow, Apollo. Hey, my morale's now average, which means... Right, so... I lost barrier again. I'm gonna have to tackle that in a minute. But I wanted, yeah, that's why I wanted. I just wanted to gain a bit of morale before I go down there. Somehow he's enjoying the life of getting broke every 30 minutes. Yeah, legit. That's what I've been handling for the longest time now. I'm trying to make a bit of money by selling prisoners, but it's... with the amount of shit that I've got, especially the castles, it's not helping. So I'm just going to do this tournament because I definitely need the money. And then... there we go, I killed 2, give up the fight. This is a trick. Your combat is fast? What do you mean? Yes. Everything's set on maximum, 163% difficulty as well. That's 2, I can leave. So yeah, the hope is to now recapture barrier for the, I think, 4th time now. There we go, that was another kill, I can give up. Well, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. What colour am I? Yellow. Uh-oh. There we go, 2. I can leave. Thank you, Sambilly. Appreciate it, my friend. Appreciate it for the follow. Gonna get some food, we'll be lurking. Aye, no worries. I'm just finishing this tournament before I go into bankruptcy. I really don't want to... like, I've been worse. I've been down to about a grand in cash to support two cities and my personal army. Come on. But yeah, I don't want to get to that point because I'm now going to be traveling to Barrier, which is on the other side of the map. And last thing I want is to run out of money while I'm down there. So how you guys been today? You guys been up to anything? I know that most of you just came from Outworld stream. And I honestly do not know who he is, sadly. But I'll make sure to repay the favour. whenever I finish my streams. I don't even know where he streams, to be honest. Can anyone give me some information on that? Oops, did not mean to go onto castle. Don't have anything to sell. What are those? He was playing Mountain Blade 2. Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. Hold on, let me check if Rolf has leveled up since we last saw him. Retro and Drule, okay. Oh, he has leveled up. 17 levels. Damn. Okay, that can all go into your charisma then. So you can have plenty of leadership. And I guess prisoner management? Yeah, sounds legit. And misclick? Yes, if you give me Deshios Castle. We've talked about this. Yes, he gave me the Deshios Castle. That's awesome. Now the Sarenids, I don't want anything from the Sarenids and retro games. I'm gonna reject. So he gave me Deshios Castle, which is that one, which I've been trying to get for the longest time now, and retro games. Ah, fair enough. What games does that include? Oh, come on. Yeah, they're gonna take this. Nah, I've got to capture it again from the Kyrgyz. 323 troops. Yeah, I'm not capturing that again. God damn it. I'm gonna have to ask for Durin Castle. So at the moment, we're only at war with Sarenids. Cold? What is it? Is that a game or is that? So I'm gonna call in a warband just so I can take something out of the Sarenids. Azugan, yes. Everyone follow me. Got work to do. I'm going to be taking our city out of them. On. Everyone follow me. I gotta do it quick as well. I'll take Dorkuba. A lot of Mamluks and a lot of guards. And a lot of archers as well. But I think I can take this with no problem. Inefficiency's hurting, but everything else is on the positives. 5k from Kura as well. That's decent. Right. And while we siege, we can talk about some random shit. Wait a little bit just so the other guy can wait. Yeah. So my favorite topics to talk about while on siege are things that I've learned in at school, so high school and whatever you want to call it. And I've studied science and technology, and I've also done game development on my free time. So wouldn't say qualified to talk about these things, but I've got enough experience where it is worth mentioning a lot of them. So one of the things that I learned the most about was because of the science and technology course that I learned a lot about biology, about how cells work and all that. And one of the trending themes about the nowadays is the coronavirus. So I could give you a quick talk about how viruses work and how they spread and all that if you're interested. It's about you. It's all about what you guys are interested in, because I don't know what content Thingy talks about on his stream. So I don't know if you guys will be interested in that. But if everyone is okay with that, I don't mind talking about it. I could give you a deep down on how they spread the cells and how they do the work they do. And if you're wondering why I'm just standing down here instead of climbing, my knights are pretty good at taking down the castle. I don't usually need to do anything. I just need to take care of the archers before they get up there. Hardy just says just talk. Okay. So viruses are so in the kingdom of the life, or the animal kingdom, there's 3 different types of living things, okay, or 3 different types of I wouldn't call them living things, because virus is not a living thing, which is I'm going to explain right now. So one of them is fungi. Fungi are their own type of being. Then you've got your animals and plants, which share cells and DNA. They share DNA. And then you've got the viruses. Now, the viruses do not fall into any of the other categories, because viruses, to spread, normally a cell divides. Okay, so it splits its DNA in 2 and then it divides. Yeah, makes sense. While a virus does not. A virus, to multiply, it needs to infect a cell and change the way that cell acts to multiply. So viruses are not considered living things. So here's our virus. The virus can infect a cell many different ways. The general cold virus, he normally targets the white cells, or targets cells by, when they collide with the normal cell, they glue to the cells, because there's these receptors on the cells, okay? And whenever they got the same receptors, they give the cell what the cell thinks it wants, and then the cell kind of just either accepts it and says, okay, well, I'm going to put in energy into obtaining you because I think you're a nutrient, and then it absorbs the virus, or the virus penetrates through the membrane of the cell by using those kind of receptors and receivers. So, for example, let's talk about the HIV virus, which is it's been studied a bit more. The HIV virus targets white blood cells. Normally what the white blood cell does is it absorbs the viruses, okay? It creates a phalange, which goes around the virus and encapsulates it. And then once it absorbs it, the virus does something really interesting. Once it gets absorbed, it attacks the immunity system, which are the white blood cells. So once it absorbs it, the DNA in the virus, or the RNA, whatever the virus is using, it pretty much goes over to the cell and tells it, oh, by the way, you're doing this wrong. So it goes over to the immune cell and it says, oh yeah, you know how you're producing these proteins? You shouldn't be doing that. You should be producing these. And it changes the way the cell works. And now all of a sudden, the cell is now producing more viruses. Okay, the cell produces more viruses instead of killing them. So that's why you die from when you got HIV, or when you had HIV. Nowadays, there is ways around it. There's a solution, not solution, but ways to mitigate. So it produces more viruses. So your immunity system is gone. So you don't die from HIV, or you didn't die from HIV, you died from a cold, because your immunity system was completely wrecked. So yeah, it'll go into the cell, change the way the cell works, and now the cell, instead of producing its normal materials that it needs to produce to survive, it now produces more viruses. And it reaches a point where it's produced so many viruses, because cells normally kill themselves once they realize something's wrong with them. they've got a self-destruct button, so to call it, where if their DNA has been changed for some reason, maybe chemicals, maybe it's been stress that's caused it to cause its DNA to mutate, which we'll talk in a minute, it will normally self-destruct. Now the virus DNA is pretty much told the cell, yeah, I know you're producing this that you shouldn't be, but don't worry about it, it's completely fine. Yeah, I know it's not right, but you'll survive, and the cell will just say, oh yeah, okay, and produces more, and it reaches a point where there's so many viruses inside that the cell literally erupts. The walls of the cell, the membranes erupt, and it literally explodes like a balloon with too much water in. It just explodes and releases more viruses into the bloodstream, which then when they connect to the white blood cells absorb and the cycle repeats. So it's very deadly, because normally the cells that are used to kill viruses and pathogens are the white blood cells that use phalanges to capture them. Now if you take that out, how are you going to fight the infections? Any type of infections? You can't. I've just lost a lot of troops, man. Should be fine. Everything's fine. Now, when you do that, there's not a lot of ways that you can safely take care of an infection, because your white blood cells are gone. You could use someone else's, the plasma of another person. So plasma is basically the white blood cells and the blood, but without the red blood cells of another person. You can use that to boost someone's immune system. Okay, but it's not you know how you got different blood types? If you inject someone's body with the wrong blood type, that person's gonna have an allergic reaction to that blood, because the body says, hold on, this doesn't match with what I've got here, it must be a pathogen, so I'm gonna kill it. And that's a lot of autoimmune diseases, like lupus and all of that. That's what happens. The body doesn't recognize its own parts. Yep, A, B, and O. Or I think O negative or O positive is the universal donor, which is what I am. A lot of Portuguese people are, actually. And my throat's going. So that's what autoimmune diseases are. The body doesn't recognize its own blood, or it doesn't recognize its own organs, and it attacks itself. It creates a protective barrier against itself. So let's talk about how mutations work, because you remember me telling you about how cells kind of kill themselves if they're not doing what they're supposed to do. Like, that's how cancer grows. Okay, that's what happens with cancer. Where's the safety coffee? Before the voice is gone. 1 second. So let's talk about how cancer grows and how cancer comes to be. So you remember me telling you, like I said, the cell's got a self-destruct button. So before we get that far, let's talk about how cells multiply, because cancer is just a cell that's multiplying over and over again. And when it shouldn't. It should reach a point where it's done something, it does its job. If it doesn't do it, it dies. So a cell multiplies in a really funny way. So you've got the core, you've got a cell, normal cell, and then you've got the core, or the nuclei, where all the DNA is. And the cell, to multiply, the cell sends in, from the outside of the nuclei, it sends in its own little proteins or amino acids or whatever it is, and it sends it in, and it looks at the DNA of the cell, which is a helix, as you've seen on many places. It's helix, and it simply splits the helix in two. And then the helix split in two. You can look at images of this. Oh boy. Let me just grab that really quick, just so I'm not completely useless. Okay, so after it split the helix in two, the cell starts to divide. Okay, so the helix been split, and now you got two lines of RNA, which is DNA, but it's split in two. Okay, and then what the cell does is it starts breaking in half. The cell breaks in half. So now you got a cell here with half a DNA, an RNA, and you got another cell which is a complete clone of that one with another half of RNA. Now you got, remember me saying you got the nuclei and you got the main cell? Then the cell, again, instead of sending the enzymes that break the DNA into two, it sends in another, I think it's like amino acids and nutrients that rebuild the DNA, because the DNA, it's got a code to it, okay? And it goes ATCG, which is adenine. I can't remember the names, but if you look it up, you'll see that it's ATCG. When I was learning biology, that's the letters that we used. It didn't use the full names because they're quite weird. And then the cell looks at it and thinks, okay, so it's an A here, I'll just put a T here because that's how it goes. And then it's got a C there, so I'll put a G on the other side, and it rebuilds the DNA from the RNA. Now imagine that's happening to you millions of times a day. More than millions of times a day. Okay? So it's bound for some mistakes to happen. And that's how mutations happen. Okay? That's how mutations come to be. And a lot of the mutations, if it's so bad that the cell cannot function because you've given it the wrong indications on the DNA, the cell will just simply kill itself. Okay? But on the off chance that the mutation is not that big and it doesn't make that much of a difference where it could like damage the body, then the cells just gets away with it, yeah? It's neutral, it's a mutation that does not make any difference. However, if the cell makes a really bad mistake, like it cancels the code that lets it die, that's it. Adenine, thymine, cytosine and guanine, that's it. No, it is. That's it. Thank you very much, Hardy. And so if it makes a mistake where it stops itself from having that kill switch, okay, and the body doesn't detect it because it's under stress, it's fighting other infections, etc., etc., then the cell gets to live. And the cell doesn't kill itself if something goes wrong, so it just keeps reproducing. Because a cell does have a life cycle where it reaches a certain point where it just stops working, and it decays, and the nutrients of that cell get absorbed by the body again, and you kind of got the toxins that go to your kidneys, get filtrated, etc. Doesn't matter. But if the cell doesn't have that kill switch, it'll keep reproducing. And because it's a normal cell, as far as the antibodies can see, it's a normal cell. It doesn't look any different from the others. So the body's like, yeah, you're fine. You're a bit big, but I mean, what's wrong with that? Maybe you're just growing because you're told to grow. And then it keeps growing, and it keeps growing, and it reaches a point where it needs more nutrients. So it tells the body that that's now a cancer or a tumor. And it tells the body, oh, by the way, I'm not having enough nutrients, and I've got a really important job here, so can you please send more nutrients? And the blood will then create the body will create veins to reach out to the cancer to feed it, and that's when you know it's not a benign tumor anymore. If it's got its own blood supply, then it's not a benign tumor, and you will keep on growing unless it's addressed. And that's how you can get like late stages of cancer. The cancer is progressed so much that it breaks off, and it uses those same bloodstreams. After it breaks off, it enters the bloodstream and it spreads throughout your whole body, and that's how late stage cancer happens. So now we talked about cancer and all that happens, but we've not talked about how that influences biology in general, or evolution, which is a topic I talked about the other day. So you remember me saying that some of those changes are neutral and don't really affect anything? Honest thoughts on the coronavirus outbreak. Are we in trouble, you think? No, we're not. If you look at like swine flu, which had the kill per infection rate of like, I think 10%, that was a lot more dangerous than what the coronavirus is. Unless, because remember me saying about how viruses multiply? They inject the cell with their DNA, and then they multiply that way. there can be mutations to the coronavirus or any virus because there's millions of information being processed by those cells unregulated because there's no, what's it called, there's no way to stop them. There's no kill switch for them. So viruses mutate a lot. But unless all of the coronavirus mutates at the same time, which is impossible, unless all of those viruses mutate at the same time to make it a deadly virus, there's no chance coronavirus is any harmless. It's any harm to anyone. Polio vaccine. I don't know what you mean with polio vaccine. But no, coronavirus is completely... It's not a problem. The only difference between swine flu and the coronavirus, because coronavirus is it's a strain of flu. There's a lot of coronaviruses. There's 4 types, I believe, and all of them cause the common flu or the common cold. But the only difference between the other ones and this one is that this one's never been observed in humans. It's only been observed in animals, and people have taken that as it's extremely dangerous. Well, it's not. It's just a different flu, so we shouldn't be making a big deal out of it. But because of social media and now people... So it is a bit more aggressive than the common flu. And when you compare the numbers of the normal flu compared to the coronavirus flu, the numbers are a lot higher on the coronavirus flu. But they're higher on later age or people with a pure immune system or people with asthma. It's very deadly to them because it attacks your lungs. It makes your lungs pretty much stop working. So if you've got problems with your immune system, where you've got another disease or you've got another health problem already, underlying health problem, or if your immune system is compromised by your age, or if you're really, really young, then that's where you should worry. So everyone should be worried about it, yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's going to kill the whole population. We just gotta be careful with thinking, but it's not something that will kill everyone. It's not something we should be really, really worried about as people think. It's not as bad as Ebola. Ebola was really bad. Because if you got it, you had like a 25% chance of surviving or something like that, or 25% kill ratio per infection. So that was a lot worse than coronavirus. Coronavirus is harmless for the normal civilian like me, who've got a normal immunity system. So unless that virus mutates heavily on everyone at the same time, there should be no worries for it. But you should still be considerate, because humans have a... Like, let's talk about anti-vaxxers, okay? People who believe that vaccinating is not good because their child doesn't suffer from this, so they're not going to vaccinate against it. There's a thing called herd safety, where it basically means, imagine your child's really got a really weak immune system because of an underlying health condition. Hi, I'm coming back. Hello, Dan. How are you doing? So let's say that your child's got a really weak herd immunity. Thank you, Hardy. You're here to save the day. So your child's got a really weak immune system and you vaccinate it against it or whatever, or you cannot vaccinate, because if you vaccinate it, because when you vaccinate someone against a pathogen, normally what you do is you kill the pathogen and you put it into a little liquid that you put into a syringe, and then you feed the body the dead pathogen, and the body will then look at it and say, what's this new thing? I'm going to absorb it. And then the body's got its own way to remember what pathogens it's faced in the past. So you'll remember that pathogen that's now dead, and you'll absorb it and think, oh, okay, I'll keep memory of this just in case it shows up later on. But if you got a weak immune system and you inject someone with that, they could die from it. Okay, so you cannot vaccinate your child because it will make him more ill than anything. But now there's people out there who can vaccinate. Most people will be able to vaccinate against that disease. Yeah, they are stuck, and I can't even control them though. So there's people who can vaccinate against the disease. So they should, because it's not for those kids that they are doing, the vaccines for is for the people who can't vaccinate. That's the real people who we need to be looking out for. So it's the same thing for coronavirus. Don't say, oh, it doesn't affect me, so I don't care. You should say, I should care because of people who cannot handle the disease. Because I just said that your body remembers what pathogens it's for already, and it's true. It's got a library of all the pathogens. That's why you get vaccinated really at really younger age. Because if you were vaccinated for a disease that you were about to get, then what's the point? Because if you don't get it within the next two years, then your body doesn't remember. That doesn't make sense. So it wouldn't make sense to vaccinate children, but we do vaccinate children because it builds up the library of diseases that they can get exposed to later on in life. The body don't travel at the moment. Yeah, don't travel at the moment. Or if you do travel because you have to, sometimes you don't have an option, then make sure you take precautions. Don't wear masks. I'd honestly say this, wear gloves. You know, latex gloves. If you're allergic to latex gloves, wear some kind of glove. And why am I saying this? For one simple reason. The only time that you that you're at risk of contracting the coronavirus is when you touch your face. Or you touch some orifice, okay? Now, if you're wearing latex gloves, yeah, so you've been shaking people's hands, you're done. What do? If you want to eat something, you don't eat with gloves because it's really uncomfortable. So what do? You take your gloves off, you put them in a little biohazard bag or a little bag even, and you put it away. And then you can eat in peace, yeah? And then when you're done eating, you wash your hands, or you wash your hands before you start eating if you're really bothered, and then you put your gloves back on, and now you can carry on with your life. And you might think, yeah, then why is nobody doing it? Actually, I went to fill up my bike the other day to a Shell station. It's literally 2 minutes away from here, on a Shell station. And what do I see? The guy's wearing latex gloves. The cashier is wearing latex gloves, which just goes to prove that I'm not the only one thinking about it. The only problem with that is, I'm pretty sure you have killed with people with that idea before, haven't you? No, but so it is kind of proves my point. It doesn't prove it, it helps put my point across. Well, I'm not just talking shit. It is actually used by the big industries. Because like I said before, the only time that you're going to contract the virus is if you touching your face or eating something, or that you have been in contact with the virus. So wear your gloves. The only problem with that is the fact that you will cause a lot of waste, because obviously you can't recycle those gloves. So wear something that can be recycled. Wear like paper gloves. I'm sure like there's a hand wash for it, but I don't actually believe in it. I think that while it does work, I think it's not as efficient, because you wash your hands now, okay? Imagine I've just touched the metal pole, okay, and I wash my hands, okay? And then I just touched something and I wash my hands, but you're not taking into consideration all the times in between where you could have touched something and not noticed. So I believe I'm a big believer in passive effects, not active effects. So you know, like in video games where you got your health potions and all that, I much rather have a plus 5% health increase per turn or per second. Health regen, sorry. I'd much rather have health regen than, I don't want any of this because I'm about to take that castle, than to simply have a health potion, because then I don't have to think about it, and you're a lot less prone to mistakes if you follow this. because then you're not counting on yourself to remember to do the active thing. And killing the good germs. I mean, there's germs everywhere. So that's not the issue. The germs, they're everywhere. Can you believe these dickheads? Remember I took that city barrier? Yeah, and then Kyrgyz come along and they're like, hey, I'm taking it now. I've just done it to Donkuba, where I've just taken the city down to very few little troops, and now these dickheads show up to take it. I've just been debated, haven't I? God damn it. There's nothing I can do about it either. They're gonna take it and fill it up with hundreds of troops. So yeah, go for passive effects, never active effects. Because then that's one less thing to think about in your life. Same with playing video games. And whenever you see a passive effect, always go over, prefer the passive effect over the active effect. Because then, you, like I said, you're a lot less prone to use a mistake. Was that 2? Can't remember. I'm gonna kill one more. There we go. So, I was talking about evolution and now the gene mutation and shit like that doesn't actually the ones that don't actually do any harm get let through. That's what evolution's based on. So there's a common misconception that animals adapt to the environment, that animals have evolved to adapt to the environment. It's not actually true. Animals don't. Oh, thank you very much, Prodze Smock. No, Prodze Wish Smock? Is that a Polish name? I'm really sorry if I can't pronounce it. I'm a lizardman. Oh, thank you very much for the horse, my friend. I'm as a lizardman, choose active over passive. I'm just better. No, you just prefer to have your mind full of shit. I prefer not having to think about things. Just like passive and active income, which might be something I'll talk about later. So, animals don't adapt to their environment. Okay, so let's talk about, I gave this a good example of a polar bear. Okay. Do you really think that the polar bear suddenly either woke up white, or they said, oh, fucking hell, there's a lot of snow there, I'm just gonna turn white and then I'm gonna go there and live there? That's not how it happens. I like scientific talk. Most people that try to do this throw in bullshit in between, but not you. Oh, thank you very much, my friend. I try to be as accurate as possible with my stuff. Sometimes I'll get shit wrong and I'm fully expecting you guys to tell me about it, because I won't be happy if I'm telling you lies and you don't tell me about it. So yeah, the polar bear didn't wake up one day and said, I want to be white, and then move to the snow. That's not how it works. So the bears in general, if you pay close attention to their family tree, they used to live in forests. Yeah, bears lives in forests, because where does bear shit? Does the bear shit in the forest? Yes, he does. So, god damn it. So obviously, when you live in a forest, imagine, like, let's imagine Canada, okay? Near Canada, there's also a lot of snow. Yeah, fair enough. So at some point, there must have been a biome which is covered with trees. It's a lot of trees still, but there's snow every now and then. Animals don't adapt on purpose, they mutate mostly randomly, but those with better adaptations have a higher chance of surviving than giving these positive mutations to their offspring. Yes. Also, my name stands for True Dragon in Polish. I had a feeling that it'd be Polish. I've got a lot of Polish friends, and I know that last names normally end in ich. Yeah, ich. But anyways, you're completely right. So obviously, at some point, these bears mutated a little bit, where one of the bear's skin went a bit white. Maybe it was a bit stained. Okay, it was black still because it camouflages well in trees or whatever biome they're in. And then, but maybe one of them had a bit of white onto them. And now that they were a bit white, every time they ventured into that biome where there's a bit of snow and there's also a lot of trees, they realized that they started seeing more prey. The reason they're seeing more prey is not because there's more prey around, is because the prey cannot see them because their camouflage works a bit better in that environment. So because they started seeing new prey that other animals don't see, and they don't see it because the prey normally sees them before they see them. OG Meat, thank you very much for the follow. So they started seeing prey that other animals, and they've tackled onto a food source that no other bear has tackled before. So obviously, if there's food there and they can find it, they obviously start living there. We're in the between. And then obviously same thing happens the other way around. Maybe some of the white bears, the ones with either a bit more white than black, maybe we're all black, and they realize, fucking hell, we're not getting a lot of prey here, so we're gonna run back to where we belong. Anyways, at some point they must have evolved again to have a bit more white than anything, and they realized, fucking hell, I'm so white that I don't see any prey here. But whenever they went a bit north, towards the North Pole, they realized that, again, they're seeing more prey. And, yet again, they're tackling prey, a food source that no other animals tackled before. That's why polar bears are the main predator in the North Pole. Because there's no other competition there. There's seals, yeah. That's why the same reason that seals are white as well. But, okay. So now they've reached a point where they're going to snow and they see prey. It's not like there's no other bears that haven't tried to go to the snow. But again, every time they tried going to the snow, unless they were completely white, they would see no prey. Because the prey would see them before. So there was no point in staying because they kept getting caught all the time. Or they didn't see the point in it. But now that this bear is so white that it merges with the snow, and it decided, okay, so I can get prey here, I'm gonna stay here because there's nobody else competing with me. So they stayed, and that's how pretty much evolution happens, step by step, small little changes at a time. Like it was mentioned, they don't adapt on purpose. These small tiny changes to their genetic code via the errors that cells multiplying. Because you think, how does this happen then? It's like, oh, do all their cells mutate at the same time? No, so one cell wouldn't mutate. If you were a grown creature, if you're a grown adult, and one of your cells splits to have the wrong DNA, it's not going to affect your whole body. But don't forget, when we start off as creatures, we start off as one cell. One cell. The sperm's gone into the egg, and the egg then gets fertilized with the other half of the RNA, because the egg only has one side of the RNA, and then the other half, which comes from the dad, has got the other half of the RNA, and when they merge, then they kind of stick together, so to say. And now, when the cell's splitting, it's going to go through all the things that I mentioned before, where it splits in half and it becomes two. Now imagine that it's wrote the wrong code on that cell. When he was merging together, he wrote the wrong code on that cell. Or when it's splitting, he wrote the wrong code on that cell. That's your whole DNA changed, because after that, all cells are going to multiply based on that one or two cells. So while in a large scale, it doesn't make a lot of difference for how you look or what you are. When you are one or two cells big, it makes a huge difference. Hope that hope that explained some things to you guys that you didn't know before. And if you did know before, I hope I was fully correct on the information I just gave you. Again, this is talking about science that's about 12 years old, because that's when 13 years old, which is when I was back in high school. So there's some things that could be proven incorrectly now. Just like when I was in school, I was taught that skin color was a mix between the genes. So if you got a dark parent and a really white mother, then you're gonna get a half-caste person. While this is true for most of the cases, that's not how it's dictated. You can have 2 white parents and have a black child depending on what genes there is in the family before that. Which I didn't know. I was told that could not happen when I was back in school. But recently it's been, proved that it isn't the case. So some information that I give you might be outdated, but in general I should give you the correct information. Should I take sooner? Because I've got a big fucking party after me, haven't I? What have they got in here? 75,000, 140 sharpshooters. It's the sharpshooters that I'm a bit scared of. Did they take them back yet? I'm at war with them as well. Which means I'm gonna actually go for Doc Cooper. Which should be mine anyways. Below average morale, which isn't great. Got plenty of food though. So yeah, that's my specialty in what I studied. I also know about information technologies and all of that, which is also the other subject that I studied. And it's mostly, at school they were quite basic with what they taught us. They taught us more biology than anything, because my course was for people who wanted to be surgeons and doctors in the future, and people wanted to work with technology in general. So a lot of the stuff that I learned, or the main subjects that I learned, were based on biology and very basic computer sciences. Awesome. 1 second, let me just check. Yep, I've got my siege gear on. Okay, I can take this, and then I can definitely take on the other bastards that are coming. So I could potentially talk about information technology. So like, I mean, I didn't learn a lot on the classes, that's it though. I've learned about Photoshop, which everyone knows about. If you don't, then it's not a lot to learn. I learned about how to create documents, so it's really basic shit. Most of the things I know about computers is self-taught. Stuff like programming and game development and the industry, the video game industry, that's all stuff that I've learned by myself. And yeah, again, it's something that's not really easy to talk about. Like, we could talk about how the video games industry is heading. Like E3, we could talk about E3 really quick, because it's quite a big topic. I find a lot of people are talking about E3, and now it's gone to shit because Sony is not showing up in it and all that. And the way I see the market moving when it comes to that is E3 is going to go. E3 is not staying for long, and this is the start of the end. We could call it the beginning of the end, where E3 is going to, because it's already happening. People stream E3. E3 used to be an event for journalists to come and explore games before they get released. That's what E3 used to be. E3 has become a marketing campaign now, where the big Microsoft on E3 every 20 seconds for 4K, by the way. Yeah, it's a big marketing campaign. It's not about showing what people are producing anymore. It's showing what they could be producing, where they show you fake trailers that say, oh, includes gameplay. Like, what game was it? Anthem? Where they showed, first time they showed Anthem, they showed gameplay of the game. Oh, this is what it looks like. That wasn't actually gameplay. That was a prototype, and the developers didn't even know what they were going to be programming before that trailer. They didn't know what the game was before they showed that trailer on E3. So it's not actual gameplay. It's a cinematic show. So they can't say it's gameplay if there's only that little part of the game. And the developers don't even know. When they say gameplay, there should actually be enough gameplay to call it a beta. Anthem was so promising, and then it ended up being bare ass and empty. Because, yeah, that's because of the publishing companies though, which I will talk in a minute. So, E3 at the moment is all about showcasing and marketing. It's not about showing gamers what the games are going to be like. It's about look how great my game could be. It's not yet because we don't actually have the game at all, but this way it could be, and it never used to be like that. You used to be excited to watch E3. Nowadays, I actively avoid E3 because I know how much scandal and bullshit goes behind it. Because it's not true. None of the things that they show you on E3 actually happen. You can look at Division for that, you can look at Anthem for that, you can look at No Man's Sky for that, which are I think the three biggest scandals that there's been. And you'll see on every single occasion, they failed to come through on their own promises. So what's the point in showcasing a game if you don't even have it yet? I assumed that this was supposed to be gameplay footage. What do you mean the game doesn't look like the... it's like this is supposed to be gameplay footage. Then why doesn't the gameplay on the finished game, which you've had more time to elaborate and bug fix, then why doesn't it look as good as your demo that is supposed to be gameplay? There must be foul play somewhere along the lines. Can we please ban all publishing companies? Look how great Mountain Blade is without any, and how they massacred Hellgate London with it. So there's the thing, yeah, not ban, but the publishing companies are going out of style now. Because let's talk, so publishing companies are outdated. That's what publishing companies are. They used to be amazing. Publishing companies used to bring in the bread for developers. They needed publishing companies because back then, let's talk about 10 years ago, there was no proper YouTube. There was no social media, so to speak. It's only what people knew, and you'd go door to door and you'd talk to people like that. So you'd go to game to buy your games, yeah? You'd do all these big things that everyone got to get together to do. But nowadays with the internet, E3 is a joke, publishing companies are a joke. Because nobody cares about them, because you got social media to talk about it. While before, you'd have, the only way that you could actually know about a game, everything that you need to know about a game, you can pretty much check social media for it. You didn't need, back then you'd need to buy a magazine to learn about it, which was owned by a publishing what's it called? Fucking review company, or you'd have to look out on the shelves for something published by Electronic Arts. Then you'd know, oh, this game must be good because it's published by Electronic Arts. They wouldn't spend that much money on it if it wasn't by, if it wasn't a good game, they wouldn't spend money on it. They wouldn't publish it. So the developers would need a big publishing to meet the eyes of the viewers, of the audience that they wanted. And if you didn't, then how are you going to spread the word? There was no social media. You couldn't just go on websites and tell, oh, by the way, can you do this? You could go on to review companies and ask them to review a game, but that's one company. You could ask all the companies to do it, but a lot of them are busy doing more important stuff. Technically, this falls under false advertisement, and every single person that bought Black Ops could sue them and they'd win it. Yeah. Practically, you would be in a lawsuit for the next 100 years. Yes. Why would you sue them, though? They would win, but you gotta pay close attention to how much money they've got and how good their lawyers are. Yeah, like Hardy said, yeah, sure. You'd win in about 10, 20 years. That's how long it'd take for all the bureaucracy to kick in. So, yeah, back then you'd need a big publishing company to get the eyes, to reach the mouth of the people on the street. Nowadays, you just got social media. So, they've fallen out of fashion. Yeah, we're fine. Second, let me take my good weapons. So in the past they were really good, now they're pretty useless. And a lot of companies have proven the publishing companies wrong. Now the problem is that publishing companies went from... Here's how the publishing companies worked before. They'd get a company, a game dev, and the game dev would approach them and the game dev would say, okay, we have a proposition for you. If you publish our game, we'll give you X amount of the profit of the games. That's how it used to work. So it was a service that the publishing company provided for the video game developers, and that's as far as it ended. Nowadays, it's very different. Nowadays, the publishers have realized that actually we're going to do it the other way around. If you want us to publish your game, then we decide when it gets released, we decide how much budget you get, and we decide everything. We decide deadlines, we decide who the team's going to be, and that's really unhealthy for not only the consumers, but also the dev team, because they go through crunch, they go through all sorts, they get laid off at the end of the project, because it's the team that, it's the publishers that hire them. It's like saying that your house was robbed, and you have seen it on camera, but you don't personally know the guy that stole from you, so you won't file the report because you can't find him or her instantly. Green light. Green light, I don't know if it's still the case, but green light's corrupt as fuck. Early access is corrupt as fuck. In general. Yeah. So, early access, by itself, I don't actually agree with. Because here's what early access does. Okay. So, again, talking back a few years, if you wanted a beta tester to your game, because your game's nearly releasing, so you need to make sure all the bugs are fixed. Yeah, that's normal industry practice. You'd get beta testers. And depending on the game, you would have to pay for those beta testers, because that's professionals, yeah? Beta testers are professional. It is a profession. You can get a job as a beta tester. You get paid good money for it as well, because your job is to find out what's wrong with the game and report it to the developers. Early access is kind of a way to it works around hype, like you were saying. It works around the hype around the game. So because people really want to try this game, they don't mind trying the unfinished product because they're so hyped to play the game. And not only that, the company's then skipping the beta testers. Not fully, because the games like Mountain Blade, they've had beta testers. And I don't mean like the closed beta, no. I mean, they have people within the company that have tried the game before the beta test came out. Because otherwise, how would they get it to play right? They couldn't. So they've had beta testers play the game, and they've paid them good money for that. Now, when you do a closed beta or an open beta, you're getting people from the public. And you're getting a large amount of data for free. And when you do early access, you're pretty much saying, oh, by the way, you can play the game, you can give us information about what's happening, but you also gotta pay us. Because our game's that good that you should pay us. And I actually disagree with that. Even though Bannerlord's doing it, I actually disagree with that method. Because you're paying to do a job. Then game company gets no input. What do you mean gets no input? From early access? More like your ex robbed your whole house. Texted it to you, but she has enough money for you, so you for your whole month. Yep. No, it's the Pradwitz dragon. It's the other way around. It's a Turkish guy and his wife and a French guy. The game's Turkish. It's not. It's not a French game. It's a Turkish game. So yeah, it was a. This game is bad comments. So yeah, the early access I disagree with, because it's a job that it's a job that pays good money, and they're getting it for free. And do you know whose fault that is? Our fault. It's my fault because I'm gonna do it. And the only reason I'm doing it is because I believe in the developers, first of all. And secondly, I want to stream it. Those are the only two reasons. If I wasn't planning on streaming the game, I wouldn't buy it. Because I've said this before, I don't buy into hype. Just like Cyberpunk 2077, I don't buy into the hype. So I don't listen about it. I want to wait till the game comes out. And then, if it's a good game, then I'll consider buying it. Otherwise, I'm not touching it. Because a lot of hype was involved in No Man's Sky. A lot of hype was involved in a lot of games, and they all come short. So it doesn't matter who the publisher is or developer is. Don't forget, yeah, we talk about EA and Ubisoft being shit publishers and shit developers and all that. It's not always been like that. There's no human who won't buy Bannerlord, don't lie. I won't, because I can't afford it right now. So let's talk about EA and Ubisoft. It's not that they were always bad developers and publishers. No, they used to be amazing. When Assassin's Creed first came out, that game was revolutionary, man. I remember looking at it and thinking, fucking hell, Ubisoft's doing a really good job. And they kept on delivering. Yeah, they kept on delivering. They never stopped. But it's when they became part of the stock market, where they got to pay dividends to their stockholders, and they got to make sure that they keep bringing in more money every time. That's when things started to go wrong, because it's not about the quality of the product anymore. It's about how much money they can make. And that's not what an art form should be like. That's never what art is about. As soon as you involve money into it, then you lost the point. Now I'll keep playing Gekko Kuju mod for Warband for at least 1 year. Then I'll think about Bannerlord. Yeah, about a year is about how long they reckon that the game's going to be on early access for. So if you want to wait that long to play the game, then I don't see anything wrong with it, to be honest. It's your own decision. It's your own decision. If you want to wait, if you want to wait to get the full experience, because early access is not going to have kingdom building. It's not going to have a few features. I think that some of the siege features are not included either. So it's going to be an incomplete game. Okay, fair enough. But if you want to wait to get the full experience, I highly recommend that. If you can wait, I just cannot wait. I've been waiting for nearly 10 years for this fucking game, so I cannot wait. But if you want to wait, it's completely up to you, and I completely respect that opinion. So, yeah, about Cyberpunk 2077. Sure, they produced The Witcher. Okay, and they're one of the best companies right now that are producing games. Oh, okay, so was Ubisoft at some point. So was Activision at some point. That's the thing, once they start going through a dark spiral of money, cash grabbing methods, then they don't stop. They can't stop because they've already promised their shareholders. Hello, Apollo. Oh, well played. What do you mean, well played? Anyways, although seeing the promotion materials, I have my own concerns about Bannerlord. Because from there I gather that while the battle commanding and kingdom management will be noticeably boosted, you might end up having less role-playing elements, and that will hurt in my eyes. I mean, modding will be there as well. But yeah, I do understand what you're saying. So, CD Projekt Red can be really, really amazing company at the moment. But if they get themselves into the stock market, and then that's where they're going to go wrong. Because now they got, like I said, paid the stockholders every year to have stocks. And that's something that people don't realize, is that the reason that Activision and EA squeeze the money out of their customers is not because they want to, it's because they have to. Because that's what it's expected of them. Because, again, like I said, they gotta pay the dividends. They gotta pay the thank you. They gotta pay the stocks to their shareholders. So they have no other option. They either charge more for the games, which people complain, and it's not actually that much money, or they twist the law and implement some methods that abuse human psychology, like gambling. Loot boxes are really bad, and I can talk about that if you're interested as well. Where basically, loot boxes. Have you ever heard of? Oh fuck, I forgot the name. It's about. Oh, I forgot the name of it. I'll remember, it'll come to me. Basically, there was this study done many years ago on rats, and what they did was they give a rat a button. They get a rat a button, okay? And if you click the button, okay, he'd get a reward. Okay, maybe sugar, maybe whatever. And then, after the rat got used to it, where every time you pressed the button you got a reward, they elongated the time, the amount of presses to get that button. Okay, so the rat would still press the button because he's expecting the reward, but he wouldn't actually get it. It's like, hold on, why am I not getting the reward? Let me press again. The rat would press again, and after a certain amount of tries, he would then get the reward. And then he kept going for a few days, and then he decided, okay, how many times will the rat press the button until he realizes that it's not working anymore? And the rat would just indefinitely press the button, not realizing that he's not going to get a reward anymore. He just keep pressing the button because it's expecting, his brain's wired to press a button over and over again. So that's how loot boxes work. you get a reward once, and you think, oh, that's nice, I'm gonna buy another one. Or even the first ones, I don't know if you've noticed this, but a lot of the loot boxes that you get at the start of the game, they're for free. They say, oh, here you go, you've done really well. Here's a loot box. And you think, oh, that's nice. And then you get another loot box. Oh, that's nice. I've gone up to level 20. I'm going to get another box. And then out of a sudden, you start getting loot boxes. And now they say, oh yeah, by the way, if you want more loot boxes, you have to pay for them. And yeah, I mean, they're only cosmetic anyways. And you think, oh, fair enough. It doesn't affect the gameplay. It's only cosmetic. I'm going to drop a bit more money into it. And then you really want the skin on this gun that you don't have yet. But you gotta buy this loot box that gives you all kinds of random shit. But there's a small chance, like a 5% chance that you will get what you want. So you keep buying the loot box, expecting the reward to come, but it never comes. Sometimes you get duplicates, sometimes you get something that you're really not interested in, and by the time you've noticed, you spent a lot of money. Because every now and then you do get what you want, but most of the times you don't get what you want. So it's using that psychology. I need to look up the name because it's doing my head in. It's just annoying me really badly. Loot box psychology, let's see what it comes up with. Come on. God damn it. It's called something box. Something box. I cannot remember what it's called. God damn it. I honestly cannot find it. I'll remember one day, and then I'll come back to you guys and I'll message every single one of you about it. But yeah, that's the psychology it uses. It hooks you in first with a promise of a reward. Your brain assumes that every time you get a loot box, you're going to get something good, so you kind of accept it. And then you think, oh, it's just a bit of money anyway, so you don't mind spending that bit of money because it's something that you really want. And you kind of succumb to peer pressure as well. So let's talk about the peer pressure on loot boxes and shit like that. Counter-Strike wasn't a big game until they introduced skins onto the game. On one hand, I hate loot boxes for the reason you showed. On the other hand, people that get scammed by those pretty much deserve it. I have that too. The only problem with loot boxes is the early Star Wars Battlefront 2 style, where loot boxes have not cosmeted by actual game content. There's an interesting video about why the reason that loot boxes in general, even if it's just cosmetic, is actually really harmful. And I'll talk about that in a minute. Just remind me in case I forget. So, Counter-Strike wasn't a big game until loot boxes came out. And you're probably wondering if it's true or not. Yeah, it is. It used to be a very unknown game, or something that wasn't too big until skins came out. When skins came out, suddenly Counter-Strike like boomed for one reason only. The pros got really cool skins, and people who were watching the games saw the skins and they thought, oh, that's really cool. I want to get one of them as well. Okay, and when they got it, they got really happy. And every time you saw a skin on the game, you'd be really excited about it. You'd because they give you those skins as well. They're shit skins on the Counter-Strike, but they give you the skins. and you look at them and think, oh, that's pretty cool, but I wish I had that skin instead. That skin is really, really cool. I really want that skin. And you wouldn't mind spending $5 to buy the skin, because it's only a $5, okay? But that $5 is going straight to Steam, or sorry, Valve, which is the owner of the company that owns Counter-Strike. And now every time someone sees you playing the game, they see, oh, he's got a really nice skin, I'm gonna buy as well. So it's a really intelligent marketing style, where you use the players to market your own game. That's really intelligent. Yeah, compulsion, like, yeah, peer pressure. Because if you're playing with friends, and what's one of the questions they ask? Oh, have you got any cool skins? Oh, what's your skin? Or you go, hey, look at the skin on my AK. I bought it the other day, and they're like, oh, that's pretty cool. I'm gonna buy one as well. And that's how they make their money. It's really intelligent. You cannot like underestimate how intelligent that is. And is it wrong? I don't know. People seem to enjoy it, and I mean, at the end of the day, it's not actually affecting gameplay, and it's not loot box cycle, so it's not actually that harmful. It's just a way to monetize, and everyone's happy. But now imagine that you can buy skins straight away from online shops, but now then Counter-Strike got really shady, where if you wanted a skin, you'd have to buy a loot box, where you weren't guaranteed to get the skin that you wanted. So a lot of the times you'd spend more money on boxes than you would, not on boxes but on the keys, than you would on the actual skin. Because it's so rare to get the skin that you would have to buy so many boxes that you would actually outprice the skin itself. But because you're only paying a fraction of the price of the skin itself, imagine the skin costs like 450, and the box, let's say, I think it was like 5 at some point, maybe 10 euros, 5 to 10 euros, I can't remember. So let's say, or even 3 actually. So let's say you were paying that price. Yeah, you look at it, fucking hell, if I buy a few boxes, then there's a chance I get it. So you wouldn't really complain too much about it until you spend loads and loads of money on it, and then you've actually paid more for the boxes in general, and you got loads of skins that you didn't want and not the one that you wanted. And then when you go to sell them, they're actually worth nothing, the skins, because a lot of the skins that you get from them are utter trash. So you're not always getting your money back guaranteed, which is the problem. If you got your DLC thoughts, it depends on the DLC. So what was the other topic that you wanted to talk about before I target the DLC? I can't scroll up. One sec, I'll have to scroll up because I can't see. Okay, so it's wrong. Loot boxes that only affect cosmetics, it's wrong, because like I just mentioned now, you're gonna be spending more money and you don't realize it's going. You don't realize, that's the whole problem. That's why casinos don't put windows on their walls. That's why casinos don't have windows, because then you can't tell what time it is, and you're so concentrated on that single objective that it becomes a problem, and you end up spending large amounts of money when you only intend to spend a little bit, because there's always that little bit. A, DLC should not cost as much as the game. B, DLC should add something substantial and not 1 to 4 hours of content. Don't buy the DLC then. I mean, if it's not offering something that you want, don't buy it. That's why I've not bought Viking Conquest. It doesn't add anything that I want to Mount and Blade. And so DLC used to be called expansion packs, and that's what Warband is. It's an expansion to the original Mount and Blade. It's a standalone expansion, because you can still buy the original Mount and Blade game. It's on the Steam store. If you go on the Steam if you go on the Steam store, you can see Mountain Blade there, the original, without the being called Warband, because Warband was a standalone expansion, and that's what they intended the full game to be. And Mountain Blade and Mountain Blade Warband are both published by Paradox. So they're published by a major company, and that's how they got on the mouths of millions of people. So not all publishing companies are bad. But anyways, I think that DLC, if done right, is useful, because it used to be called expansion packs. You could get, I don't know if you guys remember, but like Age of Empires, and then you had Age of Empires Age of Rome, which was an expansion to Age of Empires, the first one. That's what you'd classify as DLC nowadays. The difference is, nowadays you've got the internet to do all that work. Yeah? And if you don't like a DLC, don't buy it. It's as simple as that. If you're buying it because of peer pressure, then, well, Paradox is a rarity. They do a lot of DLCs. But, hey, do you know how much, Hardy, are you still there? Tell these guys how much it costs for a full DLC for Europa Universalis for, like the full package. Because Hardy knows these numbers. I'm sorry you guys are not seeing any battle, but I can't do much about it. The Sims 1. Yeah. The Sims 1 was crazy. They had loads of expansion packs. What you'd call DLCs nowadays. Same thing, just different name. Because DLCs means downloadable content. Okay. And back then you couldn't download it because that wasn't a thing. It was a thing, but it'd take you days to download something. The games they sell are already pretty much full thing, and the DLCs they publish most of the time just add even more to them. Although I do agree, some are too expensive. I think for Europa Universalis 4, I think the full package is something around 340. The full thing is about 340 euros. For all of the expansions as well. But you don't have to buy it, because it just adds to the experience. And it doesn't add 1 or 4 hours, it adds different playstyles, etc. So it's totally up to you if you want to buy it, but if you want to buy it, it's going to cost you. Fair enough. They don't do it EA style, where they sell the game skeleton and then you have to buy DLCs to actually get the real game. That's the customer's fault. That's not my fault, because I don't buy AAA titles anymore. Because what's in my face? The industry's just gone to shit. But it is the consumer's fault. You see people complaining all the time. Oh, the game's like, it's shit. I don't like it. I don't know why they keep doing this to us. Well, yeah, don't buy it then. If you don't buy it, they're not making any money. They'll stop doing it. But people have just gotten used to buying a whole new game every year that they don't mind anymore. Look at Crusader Kings. The base game is now free. Yeah, and it's quite a good game. Yeah, and it's already a blast. But it's true that DLCs make it even better. Though you do not need them, you can have them. Yes, I actually love Crusader Kings. A friend of mine told me about it a few months ago, and it was such a good game. I didn't expect it was like Europa Universalis, more on the diplomacy side of it, which I really enjoyed. It was really mint. I haven't bought any game since 2 or something like that. Yeah, I've never bought into it. 2006. Yeah, so I don't buy them, because again, I don't believe in them. I believe if we stop feeding them with our money, then they'll stop doing it. But while we are still feeding them all of our money, they'll keep doing it because it's working, so why should they stop? Hello, Red Viper. How you doing, my friend? So why should they stop making shit games if people buy them anyways? Don't forget that their goal is not to make good games. Their goal is to make money, regardless of the methods. So it only makes sense if they keep producing shit games, because somehow people don't mind it. And it's a lot cheaper to produce a God damn it. To produce a reskin of a game than to make a full new game. That's why you get the same games every year when it comes to big publishers. You look at the Call of Duties of the past 5 years and they're pretty much the same game, just with different skins. Why? Because it's a lot cheaper to simply give it a new skin and make a new story up. Basically the stories, all the assets are already there. They just need to maybe add a new different textures and different models to the game, and then they can publish that, and it's a lot easier than creating a whole new engine. And here's something that a lot of people don't know. Slight upgrade here and a little change of textures here. Yeah, and it's a lot cheaper than creating a whole new engine. Now what if I told you that they already know what games are going to come out for the next 4 years, I think that's how long a developer cycle lasts in EA. 4 years. They already know what game's going to come out in 4 years time. But yeah, there's a new game next year, and then there's going to be a new game next year. But you're telling me it takes 4 years to develop a game, or 3 years to develop a game? Then hold on. How many teams do they have? They have a lot of fucking teams working on games at all times. So obviously they'll have this team working for the next year project that they're already 2 or 3 years in advance, and then the team for 3 years time is starting now, or 4 years time is starting now, and they already know exactly what's going to come out. So they're using at least 3-year-old engines to build the game that is coming up from 3 years from now. But don't forget that the engine's not really changed. They've modified the engine a little bit in the past years, but they've not done any massive upgrades on it. So the game that you're getting is usually outdated as fuck, because it's using old engines on new consoles. That's why it shows. Just like Fallout 76. They promised these whole things, these whole amazing things that you could do. It's basically Fallout multiplayer. And they said, oh, you're gonna have all of this, and instead of simply creating a mod or supporting multiplayer on the Fallout 4, Fallout 3 or 4, whatever. I don't know, I don't follow Fallout, because Bethesda used to be a really good game dev and now they've gone to shit. But basically, instead of simply expanding on the base game, they said, oh, this is what it is now, and we're gonna make a whole new engine and it's much better and all that. And then they decided to use the old engine and make a mess out of it, basically. Instead of properly allocating resources to make the game functional, they made it cash grabbing opportunity. It's like, people really want multiplayer, let's just get 2 or 3 people making a multiplayer mod and let's not worry too much about it. AKA Fallout 3 was the breaking point when I realized Bethesda is not going to make good games. Yep. Tell you what team that did boss over Bethesda though. id Software. Do you guys know who id Software is? Have I come back to a Saudi crusade into the desert? Yes, that's exactly what you've come back to. So, do you guys know who id Software is? They are the granddaddies of first-person shooters. They are the people who came up with the original Doom, the grandfather of FPS as well. They, the new Doom that they published was developed by id Software, which are the people behind the original Doom. Which the engine that they used for Doom was the big... Oh, I'm paying for all them wages, man. That's not good. So the id Software created Doom, and Doom was pretty much what kickstarted all the FPS. I need to go to Praven really quick. Yeah, and they published the latest Doom. They're not published, sorry. Bethesda published it, but id Software took 6 years to make that game. They took 3 years to first come up with a sketch of the game or what it needed to be, and then they realized he was, in their own words, he was too much Call of Duty. So they told Bethesda, right, we're not developing this anymore. We want to take a new path, and they cancelled the project and they remade the game. And when it came out, it's amazing. It actually feels like the first Dooms. The Quake engine, which also Quake's developed by id Software, the first two Quakes, anyways, is what started Call of Duty. It was the Quake engine, where I think it was Activision borrowed the engine, and they modded it enough to make it into a proper not realistic, but modern first-person shooter. And that's when you got the first Call of Duty. It was on the Quake engine, and every engine since has been modified slightly from the Quake engine. So the roots of Call of Duty come from id Software. I want to give it to Azugan. Yeah, sure. So yeah, they are the granddaddies of FPS, and when they told Bethesda that they weren't gonna, if it was any other company, any other developers, and they told Bethesda, we're not happy with this product, the Bethesda would have said, tough shit, bro, this is gonna get released. But because of their reputation and their skills, the Bethesda bent and let him have another 3 years to develop the game, and what came out is truly amazing. Now, if you don't know this, do you know who John Carmack is? John Carmack was initially part of the id Software team. Now he's the head lead on Oculus. So he's a really intelligent guy, and he's the guy who developed the engine for Doom, the original Doom. And now he's the main developer on Oculus. So these are not small people. These are really intelligent guys. If you want a full debrief on Doom and what it did for the time, which was completely revolutionary, they faked 3D. They faked 3D in a really amazing way. There's Ahoy, AHOY, made a video on them. And if you're really interested into learning how the game development was done back then and what they had to work with, which was really little, and the techniques that they used for creating maps and making it look 3D when really was fully 2D. That's why in Doom, the original Dooms, you couldn't stack rooms on top of another because it was actually a 2D game. But they made it look 3D. Anyways, if you're really interested in that, check out Ahoy. They did a video on Doom. Who do I give this to? I guess someone who doesn't have a lot of things. Azugan? Yeah, sure. Yeah, whatever. Hello, boys. Do you guys reckon I can take all of these? I think I can. I've got the army for it. So they use the ray tracing. If you don't know what ray tracing is, it's still used nowadays. It's not used for the same reasons though. Ray tracing nowadays, you'll hear it being talked about in FPS. As a method of tracking your shots. So if I point here and I click, that's a ray trace, because I've traced a ray from my mouse click. So my movement, see where my guy is, I clicked, and now when my guy's moving, it ray traces over there and it creates a path to that guy over there. So if I click there, it's gonna trace a optimal route around the mountain. So when you click and it's instant, that's ray tracing working. And the other one that year is projectile. Bullets as projectiles. Normally it's when it comes to firing mechanisms. So you got your ray tracing and you've got your physics-based bullets. And I'm having fun myself. See you later. Ray tracing is a rendering technique for generating an image by tracing the path of lights and pixels in an image plane and simulating the effect of its encounters with virtual objects. Yes, pretty much. So that's how ray tracing all started, as a graphic. All these images on screen are kind of ray tracing. Now, graphics look a bit different from what they used to. But the graphics, that's how they started. So imagine this is Doom. Yeah, imagine that what you see now is Doom. Okay? Imagine this is Doom. And this is not 3D. In Doom, it's not 3D. You see those stairs there? Yeah, they're not actually 3D. So what it does is it scans the environment and it gives it back what it looks like from above. This is all looking from above, okay? So like this. It then looks around at the room and where you're looking, and it doesn't render behind this pole. Anything behind there is not being ray traced, so the graphics don't draw it to save resources.